Chapter 1180. Gu Nianji hadn't expected He Jichu to still be nearby. She blushed again and clasped her hands in front of her. She said awkwardly, "Professor He, I meant what I said. You've helped me so much." "I know. I'm glad you know." He Jichu patted her head and noticed that her hands were clasped together. He sighed softly and said quietly, "You don't have to thank me. This is what I should do. Compared to what you've done for me, whatever I do for you is what I should do." He Jichu added silently in his heart. Gu Nianji looked up and looked at He Jichu with a pair of bright inky eyes. "Professor He, don't say that. We're not related, and you've done so much for me. I really don't know how to repay you. How can you treat this as what you should do?" He Jichu had risked his life to save Gu Nianji several times when she was in danger. He Jichu's hand paused and moved it from Gu Nianji's head. He smiled and looked down. "Then work hard from now on, and that'll count as repaying me." He knew Gu Nianji didn't remember anything about her childhood. He Jichu thought to himself, "It's okay if you don't remember, as long as I remember." Gu Nianji smiled. "I'll definitely work hard. A great teacher produces great students. I won't ruin your reputation." He Jichu nodded. "Go get changed. When are we leaving?" Gu Nianji looked at her watch. "It's still early. We plan to go check around 10. She also had to discuss with Hu Xiaoheng what kind of husband and wife they should dress up as. Gu Nianji didn't speak Japanese, so the problem hadn't been solved yet. He Jichu comforted her again. "Don't be too nervous. Just treat it as going out to play. Don't be so worried. Whether it's related or not, it has nothing to do with you and me." He felt a bit uneasy seeing Gu Nianji so invested in the Gu family's business. However, the Gu family was Gu Nianji's support. She couldn't be someone without roots. And the Gu family was her best and most natural root. The two of them walked up the stairs together. Hu Xiaoheng sat in the dining room and looked at their backs. He slowly stood up and followed them out of the dining room. He Jichu and Gu Nianji had just climbed the stairs to the second floor when his phone rang. He didn't want to answer at first, but when he heard the ringtone, he took out his phone and looked at it. He decided to answer it anyway. "Nianji, discuss it with Alex first. I'm going to take this call." He Jichu took the phone and walked to his room. As soon as he entered, he shut the door tightly, swiped open his phone and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you calling me?" The person on the other side of the phone sounded a little frightened. "Mr. He, it's like this. Someone said that he's a relative of yours from the countryside and wants to see you. He also said some nonsense things." He Jichu's brows furrowed slightly, and his voice was extremely cold. "What did she say? What relative? What's his name?" The place where the people were talking seemed to be very noisy. He covered his phone, found a quieter place, and continued, "Mr. He, she said that your great-aunt." "Great-aunt? The He family had such a relative. Why didn't I know about it?" He Jichu asked unhappily. "Did you guys confirm her identity? I don't want any Tom, Dick, or Harry to call me a relative." It had only been 7 or 8 years since the He family's rise in power in South America. He Jichu was very sure that there were no relatives in the He family that he didn't know. However, since the He family had become rich, there were many people who wanted to take advantage of them. This was also human nature. However, pretending to be his great-aunt was a bit of a big deal. We asked, and the general situation matched. She also said that when you were sick, you were recuperated at her house. Later, when you were 16, your father took you away from your hometown to treat your illness, and you never went back again. The person repeated the words of the great-aunt intermittently. She also said, the He family has a small population, and now that she knows that you are still alive, she is very happy. She just wants to meet you and see what you will look like when you grow up. Nothing else. He Ji-Chu rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Just show her my photo. Is that okay? The person seemed to be a bit hesitant. Your great-aunt is also Chinese. She said that she wants to go to the Huaxia Empire to return to her roots. He Ji-Chu was speechless. Then give her a sum of money and let her live out her old age in peace. He Ji-Chu was in no mood to be perfunctory with this kind of relatives who were separated by many generations. He knew very well that the He family's grandfather and grandmother didn't have any biological brothers, so how could there be a great-uncle and great-aunt? Of course, it was possible that it was a distant great-uncle and great-aunt. The He family had indeed been a large family in the past, but because of the hereditary disease in the family, it had been passed down from generation to generation, and almost all of them had died. He Ji-Chu sighed with a complicated expression. In the future, he would leave everything in the He family for Nianji's children. He would never allow anyone from the He family to take a share. He had brought all the property, so he also had the right to take it away and leave it to anyone he wanted. The person asked He Ji-Chu to wait for a moment and went to talk to the great-aunt. Hello, our Mr. He just called back and said that he would show you this. The person was He Ji-Chu's right-hand man in South America. He helped take care of all the South American businesses, and He Ji-Chu trusted him very much. This person was also very capable and very loyal. He took out a recent photo of He Ji-Chu from the photo album on his phone and showed it to the great-aunt. The great-aunt looked to be in her 60s or 70s, and the wrinkles on her face could squeeze mosquitoes to death. It was obvious that her living conditions were not very good. Her clothes were clean, but they looked like they had been washed many times, and the colors had faded. She was very thin and shriveled, but her eyes were still very bright. She should be a very smart person. She was so old, but she didn't have any symptoms of dementia and still looked very smart. The great-aunt took the phone from the person and glanced at it with a smile, then froze. Tears flowed uncontrollably, and she covered her mouth with her hand, crying and laughing at the same time. This is the beginning of our family. This is really the beginning of our family. So this is what our Ji-Chu looks like when he grows up. He's not dead. He's still alive. I want to go fulfill my wish. I want to go. As she nagged, she tossed the man's phone away and ran out of He Ji-Chu's mansion in South America without asking for anything. The person was stunned and quickly called a few people to follow her. He then called He Ji-Chu and sent the video he had just secretly recorded to him. He said in confusion, Mr. He, look, is this person mentally ill? She said she wanted to see you, and she cried and laughed when she saw your photo. She didn't even want money. He Ji-Chu received the video and only watched it for a moment before closing his eyes and letting out a long sigh. Yes, he survived and didn't die. How lucky. After a moment of silence, He Ji-Chu called the person. This is my great-aunt. Find someone to take care of her and give her a house to live in. I don't need to tell you about her daily expenses, right? I understand. The person nodded quickly. Since He Ji-Chu had already recognized her as his relative and great-aunt, he would naturally take good care of this old woman. After dealing with this unexpected matter, He Ji-Chu finally got up to find a gray suit in the closet to change into. He was ready to go to the clinic with Gu Nianji and the others. After Gu Nianji returned to her room, she didn't change immediately. Instead, she waited for Hu Xiaoheng to come in to discuss. As soon as Hu Xiaoheng opened the door, he saw Gu Nianji sitting on the sofa in the living room, playing with her phone. He knocked on the door. Why aren't you going to change? Gu Nianji looked up and said calmly, I didn't make it clear. How am I supposed to change? What do you want to say? Hu Xiaoheng sat down beside her with a smile on his lips. We're going to pretend to be husband and wife today to pray for a child. You said you were going to pretend to be from that country. Gu Nianji pointed out the loophole in Hu Xiaoheng's words. But I don't speak Japanese. Okay, you don't need to speak. Just pretend you're mute. I'll do it. Hu Xiaoheng also patted her head. Now go change into a simple dress. I'll find someone to do some makeup for you. Gu Nianji was finally interested. I have to do makeup? Of course. You won't go to that clinic with your real face, will you? Hu Xiaoheng was amused. There are surveillance cameras there. Pfft, I'll definitely hack into their surveillance and erase our part. Gu Nianji made a peace sign. Fine, fine, fine. You're a hacker, so you have the final say. Hu Xiaoheng teased her with a half-smile. Go change. I'll call someone up to do makeup for you. Gu Nianji was happy. She excitedly went to the suitcase in the bedroom and found a moon-white dress suit. It was a very standard style and a waist-length jacket. She looked like a housewife in Tokyo's wealthy district. The person Hu Xiaoheng found to do makeup for Gu Nianji was an expert in the Special Operations Forces. He brought a small makeup kit and finished Gu Nianji's makeup in no time. Look in the mirror and see if you're satisfied. The person smiled and clapped his hands. Gu Nianji opened her eyes and saw a fair, pretty face in the mirror. There was only a little lipstick in the middle of her lips. Her eyebrows were thinly drawn, which made her eyes look extraordinarily large. Gu Nianji pouted in disgust. This looks so ugly. I'll be fine if I wear sunglasses. Miss Gu's eyes are too big, so it's not easy to draw. The person smiled as he took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on Gu Nianji. She immediately felt much better. Hu Xiaoheng also put on sunglasses and wore a well-fitting suit. His face had been modified to have a fake aquiline nose. He didn't have a full beard, and his cheeks were clean-shaven. No one would be able to tell that it was Hu Xiaoheng if they looked closely. After all, Hu Xiaoheng was too good-looking and good-looking. Most people wouldn't be able to easily confuse him with someone else. Even if they thought his figure was similar, they would immediately deny that possibility when they saw his face. Let's go. We'll find a clinic to pray for children. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and extended his arm to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji put the glove on his arm and said gently, Hi. This was the first night watch for the day, chapter 1173, I want to fulfill a wish. Today was the start of the double monthly vote. Everyone can cast their monthly votes now. The second night watch at 1 p.m. and the third night watch at 8 p.m. Do you still need the fourth night watch? If you do, then hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Mwah. Chapter 1181. It's been a long time since I've asked for monthly votes with a single chapter. Today, I'm doing it again. This single chapter is free of charge. It won't be counted. Dear friends, the double monthly votes have already begun. Hurry up and vote. If you still have monthly votes, if you haven't voted for the full 5, can you vote for the Major General? Please vote for monthly votes Acts 2. Please vote for monthly votes Acts 2. Please vote for monthly votes Acts 2. If you don't have monthly votes anymore, recommendation votes will do. P.S. Today's second night watch is at 1 p.m., and the third night watch is at 8 p.m. It's very likely that the fourth night watch will drop at 10 p.m. Chapter 1182. Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji, disguised as a Japanese couple, got into the car and sat in the back. Hu Xiaoheng's subordinates drove a normal black BMW 7 Series, and he Ji-Chu sat in the passenger seat, pretending to be their assistant. In the car, Gu Nianji took out the information she had found and gave a brief introduction to the people in the car. My father's note listed the names of 4 clinics. They are Batty's Fertility Assistance Center, Labadoo Project's Parental Treatment Center, Das Fertility Medical Clinic, and Legiowan Infertility Treatment Center. Last night, I accessed their financial systems and discovered that out of the 4 clinics, Batty's Fertility Assistance Center is the largest, but the charity funding it receives is average. Labadoo Project's Parental Treatment Center is the second largest and receives more funding than Batty's, but less than the other 2. Legiowan Infertility Treatment Center is the smallest and receives the least funding. Das Fertility Medical Clinic ranks 3rd out of the 4 clinics in terms of size and effectiveness, which is the second last. However, it receives the most donations from the Angels in the World Foundation. Its clinic alone accounts for 2/3 of the foundation's funding. That's why we're going to Das Fertility Medical Clinic today. We would like to see how it received the most donations from the foundation with a scale that was neither good nor bad. Gu Nianji sent the information she had found to He Jichu and Hua Xiaoheng's phones. You can look at it again to see if I missed anything. Hua Xiaoheng didn't even take out his phone. He replied calmly, I believe you. You don't have to look anymore. He Jichu had already taken out his phone, but when he heard Hua Xiaoheng's words, he cursed Hua Xiaoheng for being despicable. He put his phone back without batting an eyelid. He replied coolly, I'm not interested in this clinic. I'm just worried about your safety. He indicated that he wanted to go with them, not to see if there was anything fishy about the clinic, but to ensure Gu Nianji's safety. Gu Nianji nodded quickly. Yes, I know Professor, he is doing this for my own good. He Jichu turned around and smiled at her. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes sparkled, and he looked very attractive. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and pressed Gu Nianji's head against his shoulder. He said dryly, go to sleep. You were tired last night. Aren't you sleepy? Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng in shock. I slept last night. How could I? No. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with a half-smile and leaned over. His last word was deep and magnetic. Gu Nianji, who was attracted to his voice, couldn't help blushing. She shifted back and stammered. No. Nothing. Then, he closed his eyes and tried to hide something. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep for a while. She wanted to stop Hua Xiaoheng from saying those things in front of He Jichu, but it was exactly what Hua Xiaoheng wanted. He wrapped an arm around Gu Nianji's back and pulled her into his arms. He said quietly, go to sleep. I'll wake you when it's time. Gu Nianji quickly closed her eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. He Jichu's gaze instantly became very sharp. He glared at Hua Xiaoheng coldly before turning his head to look ahead. He didn't say anything else. They didn't speak until they arrived at the parking lot of the Das Fertility Medical Clinic. Hua Xiaoheng nudged Gu Nianji awake. We're here. Gu Nianji rubbed her eyes and put on her sunglasses. She smiled. From now on, I'm a mute. He Jichu also put on his sunglasses but didn't get out of the car. He waved the phone in his hand at Gu Nianji. Your sunglasses have a built-in pinhole camera. I've already connected it to my phone. I'll be able to see everything you guys see. Gu Nianji pushed the sunglasses up the bridge of her nose and nodded with a smile. She took Hua Xiaoheng's arm and walked to the clinic's entrance. The clinic was a very typical local building. It was square and flat, and liked to use gray marble for the exterior walls. It looked clean and rustic. It was more upscale than the rundown slums and had a more humanistic feel than the nouveau riche rich area. There was a green lawn in front of the clinic. The South Asian early summer sun shone on the grass, and it was full of vitality. Gu Nianji took Hua Xiaoheng's arm and maintained a gentle smile as they crossed the lawn. As they walked, she gritted her teeth and whispered to Hua Xiaoheng. What did you mean by being in the car today? I meant it literally. Hua Xiaoheng still smiled calmly and walked forward with elegant steps. His words were not elegant at all. Mrs. Hua, you better only have eyes for Mr. Hua. If there's anyone else, Mr. Hua will be very angry. When did I have eyes for anyone else? Gu Nianji muttered unhappily. Don't always target Professor He. He's wholeheartedly helping us, but you're still targeting him. Aren't you going to disappoint him? Do you really want to force Professor He to be our enemy? Do you know how powerful he is? The smile on Hua Xiaoheng's face gradually faded. After a moment of silence, he said, if he has to be on our side at the cost of you, I'd rather be his enemy. Gu Nianji was speechless. She probably wasn't very satisfied with this answer, but what was with the little joy that rose in her heart? She rarely heard traditional romantic words from Hua Xiaoheng, but she wanted to hear more from him like today. Gu Nianji pinched Hua Xiaoheng's arm and encouraged him. What else? She looked at him with wide eyes, waiting for him to feed her a mouth full of affection. Hua Xiaoheng didn't need to look to know what Gu Nianji's expression was. He didn't turn around and said calmly, don't push your luck. Gu Nianji was speechless. The two of them joked along the way and finally arrived at the entrance of the Das clinic. They quickly noticed that the patients seemed to be divided into two groups. One group was Caucasians from Europe and the United States. The men were tall and handsome, and the women were beautiful and enchanting. The other group looked to be Asian and were probably natives from Japan. The men and women were all very short and unpresentable. They looked like God had carelessly molded them out of dough. Their facial features were so flat that they could almost disappear with a swipe of the hand. These two groups of people made up the majority. Asian couples like Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji, who were both tall and handsome, were relatively rare. So as soon as they entered, the eyes of the medical staff in white coats immediately lit up. They exchanged a knowing look, and a middle-aged Asian woman at the front desk of the clinic took the initiative to walk over and greeted them with a smile. Hello, how may I be of service? She actually spoke Chinese, but it was a bit stiff, so they could tell she wasn't from the Huaxia Empire. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji didn't know if she could tell they were from the Huaxia Empire, but their plan wouldn't change because of a greeting. Hua Xiaoheng made a surprised expression and bowed. He said in Japanese, hello, hello. Translation, nice to meet you for the first time, please take care of me. Oh. You're not from the Huaxia Empire? The middle-aged Asian woman was surprised and delighted. Her attitude toward them became even more friendly. She bowed deeply to them and blurted out in pure Japanese, welcome, please come in, please come in. This is today's second update, Chapter 1174, The Price of Being His Enemy. Today is the start of the double monthly vote. Everyone can cast their monthly votes now. 8 p.m., the third update. Do you still need the fourth update to drop at 10 p.m.? If you do, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. P.S. Thank you to the leader, I am Master Rashi, for tipping 100,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Meow Little Meow, for tipping 60,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Congratulations to Meow Little Meow, for becoming the 24th leader of Hello, Major General. Mwah. Chapter 1183. Hua Xiaoheng took out the props he had prepared, 2 Japanese passports, and waved them at the middle-aged woman. He introduced his purpose in Japanese. The middle-aged woman kept bowing. Okay, please follow me. You're a VIP, so you don't have to squeeze with these people. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji smiled as they followed the middle-aged woman to the clinic's VIP room. It had to be said that the clinic's VIP room was decorated to be worthy of the word VIP. The floor was made of natural red cherry wood. The texture was exquisite, and the material was tight. It was obvious that it was expensive. The floor-to-ceiling windows were hung with blue and white striped curtains. The curtains were made of an unknown material, but they were as smooth and glossy as flowing water. In the middle of the room were a few chairs custom-made according to ergonomics, and there was a circle of ash-gray corner sofas. On the coffee table in the middle was a pot of hydrangea in full bloom. There was also a small golden Buddha statue placed next to the hydrangea. On the wall facing the door of the VIP room, there was a framed English poem. The elegance of the cursive made the words look like a medieval painting. A little girl needs daddy for many things, like giving Gerthelov thatischer sie in der Saudiving deeper soaring high she'll always find him there. Because he can do many things, because he could do many things. For example, give her a lot of love, that's her ocean and air. So as long as she dives into the deep sea or flies high in the sky, she'll find him there. Gu Nianji's eyes narrowed. This was also the poem on her father's note. Why would it appear here? Of course, from the clinic's point of view, this was a children's poem about fatherly love. It was perfect for a clinic that treated infertility. Hu Xiaoheng also saw the poem and quickly patted Gu Nianji's hand calmly so that she wouldn't reveal anything. The sunglasses on their faces hid the changes in their expressions. The middle-aged woman invited Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng to sit down and personally brought them platters of pastries and snacks. There was also freshly squeezed juice, cappuccinos, and 2 cups of tea for them to choose from. Neither Gu Nianji nor Hu Xiaoheng would eat something they didn't know had come from outside, so they only politely expressed their gratitude for the food the middle-aged woman had set out. They had no intention of eating it. The middle-aged woman did not force them to eat. She was very respectful to them. She took out a small medical tablet and patiently asked them about their situation. How long have the 2 of you been married? Have you never gotten pregnant? She looked at Gu Nianji curiously. Gu Nianji was speechless. Hu Xiaoheng said from the side, my wife has hearing problems. She's deaf and mute. She can only understand sign language and lip language. The middle-aged woman revealed an expression of sudden realization, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She nodded and said eagerly, so that's how it is. I understand now. Are the 2 of you worried that the child will also have hearing problems in the future, so you've always been unwilling to have children? If that's the case, you've made the right choice to come to our clinic. Gu Nianji was speechless. Not at all. I just don't want to talk to you. Gu Nianji kept cursing in her heart. She really admired this woman with the potential of a salesperson. She could even talk to herself without stopping. However, Hu Xiaoheng pretended to listen attentively and occasionally asked at the right time, my wife's hearing is natural. If the child will also have hearing problems, I'll accept it. But from what you said, your clinic seems to be able to help us solve this problem. Of course. The middle-aged woman was very proud. I can say that on the entire blue planet, only our clinic will provide you with this kind of service. You won't find this kind of tailor-made baby anywhere else. Gu Nianji was speechless. F***ck, you're so capable that you can tailor-make a baby. Why don't you say you're God and know how to make a human out of clay? Hu Xiaoheng was obviously also very surprised. He let out a long oh. The pleasant subwoofer almost made Gu Nianji's ears drunk. The middle-aged woman also blushed. She had been chattering non-stop just now, but when she heard Hu Xiaoheng's oh, she couldn't help but pause before continuing. You and your wife, please believe me. We have first-class reproductive experts here to help you select germ cells for fusion. We will also cultivate a few more pairs of fertilized eggs and then select the healthiest fertilized eggs to implant in your uterus. You don't have to worry about multiple births. Of course, if you want multiple births, we can also help. Gu Nianji wore sunglasses and smiled slightly. After listening for a long time, she finally understood a little. This clinic should be doing artificial insemination. As for the first-class reproductive experts screening germ cells to produce fertilized eggs, it was probably just a gimmick. Gu Nianji didn't believe a word of it. But how could a normal artificial insemination clinic receive so much funding from a charity like Angels on Earth? Gu Nianji didn't think it made sense. Hu Xiaoheng probably thought the same. He said in a low voice, "You do artificial insemination and can even select fertilized eggs. From what I know, normal artificial insemination can't actually do that. You don't know this. Others might not be able to do it, but we can definitely do it." The middle-aged woman probably saw that Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji were also Japanese, so she explained it to them in more detail than others. "We are compatriots. I won't cheat you," she said passionately and held Gu Nianji's hand. "For tall, beautiful, and outstanding people like you, we will strongly support you to have more offspring." Gu Nianji was speechless. She felt like something was wrong. The middle-aged woman's passion made Gu Nianji feel like she was shouldering the heavy responsibility of improving her race. Hu Xiaoheng protected Gu Nianji with one hand and pulled her hand away from the woman's. He said unhappily, "My wife doesn't like people touching her." "Oh, I'm sorry. The middle-aged woman apologized profusely. After getting up and bowing, she brought over a very high-end DSLR camera and said with a smile, "Since the two of you are here for treatment, do you mind if I take a couple of photos for archiving?" Gu Nianji hid behind Hu Xiaoheng, and Hu Xiaoheng also used his hand to block the camera lens. He frowned. "No need. Is this how you protect patients' privacy?" The middle-aged woman blushed at Hu Xiaoheng's words. She put away the camera awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry. I saw that you were really beautiful, so I wanted to take a souvenir." Gu Nianji frowned and tugged at Hu Xiaoheng's shirt to indicate that she wanted to leave. She felt a chill run down her spine. It felt like many people were examining her and Hu Xiaoheng like they were looking at merchandise. Hu Xiaoheng also felt this strange feeling. However, Hu Xiaoheng's intuition was developed from going through life and death situations many times. It was acquired. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, was purely born intuition. Hu Xiaoheng held Gu Nianji's hand and said to the middle-aged woman, "Thank you for your hospitality. We need to think about it carefully. There are still 4 or 5 clinics. We still need to do some field research before we can decide which clinic for the surgery." "Oh. You still want to go to other clinics?" The middle-aged woman was a bit anxious. "Other clinics are actually not as good as ours. You don't need to go to other places to waste time. We are doing this for our child, so of course we need to be more cautious." Hu Xiaoheng said politely and put an arm around Gu Nianji's waist. "We'll be leaving today." "Hey, wait a minute." The middle-aged woman also seemed to be wearing earphones or a Bluetooth headset. She was obviously listening attentively before calling out to Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and asked unhappily, "Is there anything else?" The middle-aged woman was all smiles. "Congratulations on winning the prize. Our experts are very interested in your case and are willing to perform the surgery for free. They will also guarantee that the fertilized egg will implant and that you will give birth to a healthy and beautiful baby. After the baby is born, we can also give him a year's worth of milk powder subsidies. Are you willing to do this? If you are, you can sign a contract with our clinic." Gu Nianji resisted the urge to exchange glances with Hu Xiaoheng and only looked straight ahead. Because she was currently pretending to be a deaf and mute, although she could read lips, it was still not suitable for her to reveal too obvious an expression. Also, she secretly thought that the experts here were so strange. They actually paid for the surgery for patients. Did this come from the funds subsidized by the Angels on Earth charity foundation? Speaking of which, what standards did they use to measure it? Gu Nianji thought about it jokingly. If the other party didn't see through her and Hu Xiaoheng's disguise, then there should only be one reasonable standard: looks. This was the third update of the day, Chapter 1175, Looks. Today was the start of the double monthly vote. Everyone can cast their monthly votes now. Do you still want the fourth update to drop at 10 p.m.? Hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Mwah. Chapter 1184. Gu Nianji secretly came to this conclusion. It was like finding joy in the midst of suffering. There seemed to be a bullet screen in her mind that was rapidly flashing by the words, looks. She wanted to laugh at herself. Hu Xiaoheng seemed to have the same thought as her and asked, why are you giving us such good conditions? Our cases aren't special, right? Since they came to the infertility treatment center to pray for children, everyone here should be couples who had problems with natural conception. Among these people, Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji's fake symptoms were definitely the most common kind. There was no medical representation at all. The middle-aged woman didn't expect the couple to be so cautious that they wouldn't even take advantage of such a good deal, but she quickly remembered that they were of the same race and culture, so they were naturally more virtuous than the Huaxia citizens next door who always called themselves the Celestial Empire. They wouldn't want to take advantage of everything. She became even more respectful to Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji. Crossing her hands in front of her, she bowed deeply. You two are exceptionally talented. Such good genes should be passed down. Our experts are committed to endorsing the best genes. Gu Nianji's vision almost went black when she heard this. Damn, they were really looking at looks. They were giving such good conditions because they saw that she and Hu Xiaoheng had good physical conditions. Hu Xiaoheng didn't speak for a long time. She didn't know if it was because he was stunned or because of other reasons. Gu Nianji stood behind Hu Xiaoheng and couldn't see his expression. Hu Xiaoheng's heart was beating faster than ever at that moment. He never would have thought that the clinic's purpose would be like this. It was almost identical to history. If all these clinics were like this, then they could basically confirm what kind of data Reinitz and the others were pursuing, right? Hu Xiaoheng's gaze instantly became incomparably deep. Fortunately, it was hidden behind his sunglasses, so the extremely attentive clinic receptionist in front of him couldn't see it. Of course, we will also test your intelligence to determine the baseline of your child's IQ. Then we will help you optimize your reproductive cells to give birth to the smartest babies. Who knows, they might be top students in the future. Really, really. The middle-aged woman covered her mouth and giggled. Hu Xiaoheng's expression and voice didn't change. He was still polite and aloof. Thank you for your hospitality, but we would still like to visit another clinic. Money isn't a problem for us. Goodbye. Gu Nianji stood behind Hu Xiaoheng and quietly took out her phone to take a picture of the framed English poem on the wall. Little Girl Needs Daddy took a few pictures with the highest resolution possible. Of course, the pinhole camera on her sunglasses was also aimed at the handwritten English poem from all angles. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaoheng was still negotiating with the middle-aged woman. He insisted on not considering the clinic's preferential conditions, and insisted on leaving. The middle-aged woman was helpless. She saw that the couple had an extraordinary aura and didn't seem like ordinary people. She didn't dare to use any other methods and could only watch them leave the clinic and head to the parking lot. Jia Zi, forget it. Don't force them if they don't want to, someone said to the middle-aged woman through the Bluetooth headset. The receptionist nodded regretfully and said, Yes, Sir Director. Yoshiko is just regretful. This couple's physical conditions are so good, and they are Japanese. Their reproductive cells should be of great help to us. Their conditions are not the best. Let's just let them go. There were tens of thousands of people who came to their clinic. In the director's opinion, although the couple had good figures, their looks weren't particularly outstanding, so the director didn't care. Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji's disguised appearances couldn't compare to their original appearances, so it was normal for them to be dissed. If the other party really didn't give up despite their disguises, then it wasn't because of their looks, but because they discovered their disguises. Then they had to run even more. Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji got into the car from the parking lot and didn't speak at first. The car drove out of the clinic's parking lot and onto the main street. The situation on the streets was still not optimistic. There were long queues of people exchanging money everywhere. Every bank was in a mess, and people were crowding around. Gu Nianji finally let out a long sigh and smiled. I can speak now, right? I'm dying of suffocation. Hu Xiaoheng passed her a bottle of water. Are you thirsty? They hadn't touched a drop of water at the clinic. Gu Nianji accepted the water and drank half the bottle in one go. I didn't expect this clinic to favor patients with good physical conditions. Gu Nianji looked down and closed the bottle cap. She shook her head. It's just artificial insemination. Does it think it's God or something? He Jichu didn't even turn around. He said dryly, I said there's nothing to check. You guys have to go. Hu Xiaoheng put one hand on the back of the seat behind Gu Nianji and the other hand on the edge of the window. He said thoughtfully, at least we confirmed their important criteria for accepting patients. Speaking of which, they can't wait to give all kinds of discounts when they see people with good physical conditions. They're even willing to do free surgeries. Do you think there's anything fishy about this kind of free lunch? Gu Nianji thought about it and leaned back in the seat. From He Jichu's perspective, it looked like Gu Nianji was resting on Hu Xiaoheng's arm. This kind of scene in broad daylight was really unbearable to the eyes. He Jichu pushed up the rearview mirror in front of him. He didn't want to see what was happening behind him. I've always believed that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Of course, there's no such thing as free lunch. Gu Nianji crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her expression was very serious. So they must be able to benefit more from this kind of thing. That's why they made such an offer that normal patients can't refuse. Artificial insemination wasn't cheap. If it was a good clinic, they could do some gender selection, so it would be even more expensive. And hearing from the clinic's receptionist, their experts could also optimize the selection and cultivation of reproductive cells. That was amazing. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. Yes, there must be more benefits. That's why the angels and the World Charity Foundation spent so much effort to support these clinics. One more thing. He Jichu added from the front. Have you thought about why they set up the clinic here? Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng looked at each other, then looked away. Hu Xiaoheng said thoughtfully. Because there are a lot of people here. Other than the Huaxia Empire, the country with the Taj Mahal was the most populous country on the entire blue planet. Perhaps the current population had already surpassed the Huaxia Empire and became the most populous country on the blue planet. Gu Nianji followed He Jichu's train of thought. There's a lot of population, so there's a lot of variation in genetics. The main ethnic group in this country is still Caucasians, Hu Xiaoheng added calmly. Hu Xiaoheng added calmly, but the patients we saw today were mostly of two types, Caucasians and Japanese. Gu Nianji nodded. That's true. But we'll have to see a few more clinics for the specific conclusion. As Hu Xiaoheng spoke, he directed the driver to drive to another infertility clinic, the Badi Fertility Assistance Center. Badi was the largest of the 4 clinics and had the best results. However, the assistance it received was only average, so it was only ranked 3rd out of the 4 clinics. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng entered the clinic dressed the same as before. The people seeking treatment here were much more normal, and most of them were locals. It was chaotic and noisy everywhere. Occasionally, there would be people of higher castes coming out from the VIP rooms inside. One look and you could tell that they were much fairer than most of the people here. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng waited for half an hour before they were called in. This is today's 4th update, Chapter 1176, It Really Depends on Looks. Today is the start of the double monthly vote. Everyone can cast your monthly votes now. Everyone, your monthly votes today are too awesome. Here's the 4th update. Hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1185. The people at this clinic didn't treat Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng as special as the people at Das clinic, but it was still better than other patients. The difference in treatment between the two of them could be seen. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng were already mentally prepared for the treatment at Das clinic. They were calm as they calmly followed a local nurse into a reception room. Please wait, the doctor will see you soon. The nurse was a local and spoke in English. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it and asked directly, Can you? You speak Japanese. Do you speak Japanese? But. She thought about it, I can get a Japanese doctor to see you. That would be great. Hu Xiaoheng nodded in agreement. Gu Nianji continued to smile at them and nodded at the nurse. The Bluetooth headset in her ear activated an instant translation program. The words she could hear could be instantly translated into Mandarin or English. Although it wasn't as accurate as a real person's simultaneous translation, it could allow people to understand the general meaning of the other party's words. This was how Gu Nianji had understood the Japanese-speaking middle-aged woman at Das clinic earlier. The nurse quickly left the small reception room. After a while, a Japanese male doctor with a medium build and a mustache wearing a white lab coat walked in with two Japanese nurses with thin eyebrows and small mouths. He greeted Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji in Japanese as soon as he entered. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng repeated what he had said at Das's clinic, word for word. The male doctor stared at Gu Nianji for a while before asking Hu Xiaoheng, Can you ask your wife to take off her sunglasses? Hu Xiaoheng raised a brow. Why? My wife is a bit shy and isn't used to interacting with strangers. This time, her psychiatrist specifically told me to let her wear sunglasses at all times, so that she can feel safe and not be anxious. Hu Xiaoheng even brought up the psychiatrist, so the Japanese doctor couldn't continue asking Gu Nianji to take off her sunglasses. He turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng. What about you? The psychiatrist also told you to wear sunglasses. He hoped Hu Xiaoheng would take them off. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. It's just a personal habit of mine. I've injured my eyes before, so I have weak vision. My eyes hurt whenever I'm under the sun. Hu Xiaoheng said it so eloquently that even Gu Nianji almost believed him. The Japanese male doctor became excited and pointed at Gu Nianji. She is your wife, but she was born deaf and mute. She's your wife, but her eyes are injured and she's blind. She's Gu Nianji. She doesn't meet the requirements for genetic enhancement. You can't give birth to healthy children. Hu Xiaoheng was very unhappy. His face immediately darkened as he said unhappily, What are you talking about? Gu Nianji Yang said. I'm sorry, you're making me very uncomfortable. I have to leave now. I don't want to seek treatment in an environment that disrespects patients. With that, he took Gu Nianji's hand and walked out. I'm sorry, you're making me very uncomfortable. I have to go. I don't want to see a patient in an environment that doesn't respect patients. Your patients, he said in a strange tone. Your patients. You came to see me, so you have to listen to me. How can you be like this? Why do you need a doctor if everyone is like you? Go back to where you came from. The male doctor thought that as long as he scared the two patients, they would listen to him obediently. He didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng to completely ignore him. He pushed the sunglasses on his face with his hand and turned to Gu Nianji. He said gently in Japanese, Let's go home. Gu Nianji listened to the translation in her Bluetooth headset and nodded. She put her hand on Hu Xiaoheng's arm. The two of them walked out of Batty's clinic. It was the first time the Japanese doctor had met a patient who was more arrogant than a doctor, and his expression darkened. Don't come to me for patients like this in the future. I'm very busy. He raked his fingers through his hair and turned to leave the small reception room. When he reached the door, he kicked it hard to vent his anger. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng returned to the car. He Ji-Chu smirked and looked at his watch mockingly. Aside from the 30 minutes you had to wait, you didn't even get to meet the doctor for 5 minutes, and you're leaving in defeat. I told you many times, these places are despicable. It's fine if you don't go. Gu Nianji was also angry. Her brows furrowed, and she said with dissatisfaction, "What's wrong with their attitude? I've never seen such arrogant doctors even at the world's best Johns Hopkins hospital. Not only did they not respect their patients, but they also didn't treat them as human beings. They were bossy and treated their patients like slaves." Hu Xiaoheng leaned against the back seat and ordered the driver to drive. He said nonchalantly, "It looks like they're very confident in their research and technology. That's why they're so fearless." Confident? Ha! He Ji-Chu laughed without saying anything. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and leaned forward on the back of He Ji-Chu's seat. She asked with a smile, "Professor He, do you know what's going on with them? If you do, can you tell us? Even if it's just a little bit." He Ji-Chu turned to look at her and shrugged. "I really don't know what these people are doing. But I know that technological progress shouldn't be done this way. They will never be able to make any real progress in technology if they use this method." Gu Nianji blinked her large, dark eyes and tried to digest He Ji-Chu's words. She thought about it for a while and asked in confusion, "You mean, they're actually doing scientific research?" Research? Maybe. Science? Not necessarily. He Ji-Chu continued to maintain his arrogant, mocking demeanor. "Look at how long they've been working, but have they ever achieved any results? That idiot doctor with the Rindan beard acted like he knew the truth of the universe, but I bet he doesn't even know how many base pairs there are in the human genome." Gu Nianji's eyes widened, and her face was full of admiration. "Professor He, do you know how many base pairs there are in the human genome?" "But what is a base pair?" Gu Nianji's face was full of question marks, and she was full of curiosity. He Ji-Chu pursed his lips and was a bit annoyed. Hu Xiaoheng watched from the side and said calmly, "Nianji, Professor He is a law student. How would he know about the base pairs in the human genome? If you want to know, you can search it online. It'll be faster." "Oh. Really? I forgot that Professor He is a law student." Gu Nianji turned to smile at Hu Xiaoheng sweetly and took out her phone to search for information. The two of them echoed each other and tried to provoke He Ji-Chu into talking more. But this time, no matter how much they provoked him, he didn't speak again. It was almost noon by the time they left the Batty clinic. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the information they had gathered and discussed with Gu Nianji and He Ji-Chu. "There are 2 more clinics. Should we check them out?" Gu Nianji first glanced at He Ji-Chu and saw that he was completely uninvolved. She boldly suggested, "Why don't we go back? I think the business scope and model of these clinics are similar. We've already checked out 2, and the other 2 don't have any representative value. It's fine if we don't check them out. Also, they might arouse suspicion if they showed up at all 4 clinics. They only went to the 2 more representative clinics, and they had a public conflict with the Japanese male doctor at the Batty clinic, so it made sense why they didn't go to those clinics anymore. They didn't want to alert the enemy and make them feel that their appearance and disappearance were too sudden." Hu Xiaoheng nodded calmly. "That's exactly what I was thinking." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Their hearts were in sync. He Ji-Chu silently clenched his fists and closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. The 4 of them returned to He Ji-Chu's apartment in the wealthy district of New Delhi in the afternoon. The sun in South Asia was already as hot as summer. Gu Nianji got out of the air-conditioned car and walked the short distance to the steps of the mansion. She was already drenched in sweat. She fanned herself in front of her and muttered, "It's only the beginning of summer, and it's already so hot. Won't people die from the heat in summer?" Many people die from the heat in New Delhi and Mumbai every year. This isn't news. He Ji-chu turned around and said dryly, "Hurry inside. There's air conditioning in the house." As soon as they stepped into the central air-conditioned mansion, a gust of cold air hit them in the face. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and walked to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of ice water. Then she took out a Haagen-Dazs raisin ice cream from the fridge and ate it as she walked. On the way back, Hu Xiaoheng had already read through all the information they had and made a simple analysis. He said to Gu Nianji, "I already have some ideas. Do you want to hear my analysis?" Gu Nianji nodded repeatedly. "That's exactly what I wanted." She saw He Ji-chu quietly standing to the side with his head lowered and eyes sad. She couldn't bear to see him like that, so she wanted to find something for him to do so he wouldn't let his imagination run wild. She asked casually, "Can Professor He analyze it with us?" Hu Xiaoheng glanced at He Ji-chu and smiled. "If Professor He is willing, it's not impossible." He Ji-chu didn't want to hear it at first. These things had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to pay attention at all. But these things were what Gu Nianji cared about. For her sake, he had to focus on it. He Ji-chu nodded indifferently. "If Alex doesn't mind, I can sit in and listen." Hu Xiaoheng looked at his watch. "Let's have lunch first, then borrow Professor He's study. Also, bring Reinitz in. I also have something to ask him." This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1177, Out of Sight, Clean Heart. Today was the second day of double monthly votes. Everyone, please continue to vote. Second update at 1 p.m., third update at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Little Chijo, Spicy Candy, and Sing_Sing for each tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1186. Gu Nianji was nervous when she heard that Reinitz was going to be brought over. She asked Hu Xiaoheng hesitantly, "Alex, what identity will you use to meet him?" Hu Xiaoheng hadn't used his real identity in front of Reinitz ever since he arrived. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it for a moment. "This time, it has something to do with him, so I might as well use my real identity." "It has something to do with him." Gu Nianji was shocked. "He used to work for that foundation for a few years, but he said he was there to look for my father's manuscripts and letters, as well as the whereabouts of the data. How would these clinics have anything to do with him?" Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and smiled. "Don't worry, you'll find out in a bit." Gu Nianji relaxed when she saw Hu Xiaoheng's confidence. She returned to her room to wash off her makeup and change into a simple t-shirt and short skirt. He Ji-chu met her at the staircase and asked casually, "Don't you think Hu Xiao seems to know more about this?" Gu Nianji nodded and replied without hesitation, "What does Hu Xiao do? It's only natural that he knows more than us. If Hu Xiao knew less than them, then there was something wrong with his job." Although Gu Nianji was already very relieved about Hu Xiaoheng's feelings, she was even more relieved about Hu Xiaoheng's job. She might suspect that Hu Xiaoheng sometimes didn't care enough about her and didn't take her seriously, but she would never doubt the importance Hu Xiaoheng attached to his job. Hu Xiaoheng happened to be walking around the corner with an ultra-thin laptop. A faint smile flashed across his eyes when he heard Gu Nianji's words. "Nianji, Professor He, this way." Hu Xiaoheng pushed open the door to the study. His subordinates from the Special Operations Forces had already thoroughly checked the place. They had eliminated pinhole cameras, invisible recording devices, and all kinds of monitoring devices. They had also set up anti-monitoring devices to make the entire study as watertight as an iron bucket. Hu Xiaoheng would only feel at ease using his real identity in a place like this. Gu Nianji followed He Jichu to the study. Although it was broad daylight, the curtains in the study were drawn. Once the soundproof and light-blocking curtains were drawn, the entire room would be dark, so the ceiling lights were turned on. The ceiling lamp in the study room was a built-in LED tube, which made the study room as bright as day. On the east wall of the study hung an oversized curved TV that took up almost half the wall. The curved screen TV was connected to the computer. Hu Xiaoheng connected the laptop he had brought over to the TV and gestured to Gu Nianji and He Jichu. "Sit. This is my study." He Jichu frowned and corrected Hu Xiaoheng. He turned to Gu Nianji and said, "Sit." Gu Nianji, she and He Jichu sat in two medieval-style carved chairs in front of the desk. Not long after, Reinitz was brought in blindfolded. Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand to dismiss the man. "Close the door." The man saluted Hu Xiaoheng and turned to leave. He closed the door and stood guard at the door. Hu Xiaoheng said to He Jichu, "Professor He, can I trouble you to remove the bandage on Reinitz's face?" Gu Nianji was worried that He Jichu wouldn't listen to Hu Xiaoheng's orders, so she quickly said, "I'll do it." She stood up, and He Jichu pulled her back. "Sit down." "I'll do it." He walked over to Reinitz with a cold expression and removed the bandage covering his eyes. Reinitz rubbed his eyes and took a while to adjust to the light in the room. He narrowed his eyes and looked at them one by one. Because he had heard Hu Xiaoheng's voice first, Reinitz still didn't believe it. Shouldn't he be leading a team to participate in the International Special Forces competition in another country? How did he appear in this country? It wasn't until the bandage covering his eyes was removed that Reinitz saw Hu Xiaoheng's impeccably handsome face with his own eyes. Only then did he believe that not only him, but the entire world had been fooled by this man. Although he was very unconvinced, he didn't show it on his face at all. It was as if he didn't see Hu Xiaoheng at all. His gaze swept past his face and landed on Gu Nianji, who was sitting diagonally in front of Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji wore a fitted, simple navy blue cotton t-shirt and a low-waisted blue and white floral skirt. Navy blue really suited her color very well. It complemented her skin as white as snow, and her features were exquisite and beautiful. Her eyes were clearly black and white. Because the white was too white and the black was too dark, there was a faint blue tint in her eyes. Reinitz smiled at her and said gently, "Sirius, I haven't seen you for a day and you've become even more beautiful." Gu Nianji was speechless. "Director Reinitz, you flatter me." Hu Xiaoheng acted as if Reinitz was praising him and not Gu Nianji. He sat in the high-back chair behind the desk and clasped his hands on the desk in front of him. He smiled and stretched out his hand. "Please sit." He was pointing at a single sofa in the corner of the study. Reinitz was still shackled, so it wasn't convenient for him to move. He glanced at the single sofa in the corner, then looked at where Gu Nianji was sitting. He smiled and said, "No need, I'll sit over there." As he spoke, he walked over to Gu Nianji and crossed his legs to sit on the floor next to her feet. The floor was covered with a thick Persian carpet with a simple geometric pattern. It was relaxing to look at. Hu Xiaoheng didn't mind. He Jichu was sitting next to Gu Nianji anyway. If Reinitz dared to make a move, He Jichu would shoot him. As expected, He Jichu didn't even look up. He said coldly, "Hurry up and start. I still have to rest after you finish." Hu Xiaoheng nodded and played the footage from the pinhole camera on the computer. Because the computer was connected to the curved TV on the wall, the video was also played on the curved TV. Compared to Hu Xiaoheng's ultra-thin laptop, the large curved TV on the wall was, of course, much clearer. Gu Nianji explained to Reinitz, "This is one of the 4 clinics my father mentioned. We went to 2 today. One is the Das Clinic, which receives the most aid from the foundation, and the other is the largest baddie clinic." Reinitz didn't know what these people were going to do, but when he heard that they went to 2 of the 4 clinics, he immediately perked up. If he hadn't been caught by the two men in front of him, he would probably be in disguise right now to go to these clinics to find out information. The curved TV on the wall began to play what Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng saw in the two clinics that morning. The video didn't last long, so Reinitz was confused. He asked in confusion, "That's it? Why didn't you continue asking? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Didn't Asians like this saying? Was it encouraging others to enter the tiger's den and catch the tiger cub for themselves?" Reinitz, who had only learned Mandarin for half a year, felt that it was too damn difficult to learn. Hu Xiaoheng paused the video with the mouse and switched to another image. The image showed a folder titled Oral Records, Japan's World War II Secret Plan. When Reinitz saw this, he finally shut his mouth and looked nervously at the curved TV screen. He waited for a long time, but Hu Xiaoheng didn't move. Without turning around, he asked, "Why aren't you opening the folder?" "Before I open the folder, I want to ask you, Reinitz. Do you know what kind of data you're looking for?" Even at this point, Hu Xiaoheng didn't forget to squeeze out the value of Reinitz's information. Reinitz didn't even look at him. He stared at the TV screen and said dryly, "Why are you asking me? Don't you already know?" Hu Xiaoheng nodded firmly. "I understand. It looks like my speculation was completely correct." The folder's name indicated the content of his speculation. Reinitz, however, was prejudiced. As soon as he saw the folder, he thought Hu Xiaoheng knew everything and unknowingly revealed his trump card. Gu Nianji turned around and made a heart sign to Hu Xiaoheng. Reinitz looked up in shock and asked, "What did you say?" "This is just your speculation." He turned around and pointed at the folder on the curved TV screen. "Don't you have evidence? How can it be speculation?" Hu Xiaoheng's smile widened. "When did I say I had evidence? This is just a folder. The content inside has yet to be filled." As he spoke, he clicked on the folder. There was really nothing inside. It was empty. He had been tricked. Reinitz turned around abruptly and glared at Hu Xiaoheng. Although he was handcuffed, he still gave Hu Xiaoheng the middle finger. Hu Xiaoheng put away his smile and began to click on other folders with the mouse in one hand. He said, "Director Reinitz, don't be angry. You're already so angry now. What are you going to do later? Will you jump off a building in anger? Or jump into a river?" This is the second update of the day, Chapter 1178, Reveal Your Trump Card. Today is the second day of the double monthly vote. Everyone, continue to vote. Don't stop. At 8:00 in the evening, the third update. P.S. Yesterday, I only slept 4 hours for the fourth update. I can't take it anymore today, so it's the third update. Everyone, hurry up and vote. We'll continue with the fourth update tomorrow. Mwah. Chapter 1187. Reinitz took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. He said disdainfully, "Of course you're right now. It's my fault for not being as good as them." "Just because you're not as good as them. Don't you have any conscience?" Hu Xiaoheng coldly retorted and opened the picture player in another folder. Black and white photos appeared on the OLED HD TV with a large curved screen. It could be seen that these black and white photos had been digitally restored to restore the original photos as much as possible. However, photography and film technology from half a century ago was destined to be unable to be compared to high-definition photography technology, no matter how much it was restored. Even so, the somewhat blurry black and white photos still caused a huge visual impact on the people in the study. Other than Hu Xiaoheng, who had seen them many times but still felt a little uncomfortable every time he opened them, the other three people were already staring at them intently. Gu Nianji's first reaction when she saw these photos was to close her eyes. It was too horrible to look at. However, she subconsciously felt that Hu Xiaoheng would definitely not release unrelated photos, so she forced herself to open her eyes. These photos were all taken during World War II. The black and white photos had numb expressions on their faces. It was as if they were no longer human and had lost their feelings and consciousness. It was just a tree or a blade of grass that had been destroyed, crushed, divided, and killed, yet they could not cry out as humans. Perhaps they did cry out, but under the extreme tyranny, their cries were silently obliterated. This period of history made most Huaxia people tear up every time they saw it. They had to remind themselves and be filled with righteous indignation. Hu Xiaoheng's emotionless voice was like the narration in a documentary as it calmly rang out in the study. These are some of the secret information we seized in the northeast after our victory. These are all information photos taken by Japan's infamous digital army. They use live people to conduct countless cruel human experiments. The data from our human experiments are now appearing in all kinds of scientific works. For example, the water content of the human body is the masterpiece of this army. Gu Nianji's hand subconsciously grabbed her t-shirt. She couldn't even breathe. Reinitz looked at the TV screen expressionlessly and said indifferently, "Japan has indeed done a lot of disgusting things." The evil they had done had surpassed the purpose of the war itself. The destruction of humanity was the result of the uncontrollable evil of human nature. We are very sorry to cooperate with such a despicable country. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and looked down. Isn't it too late for you to say that now? Whether it's too late or not, I sincerely believe so. As Reinitz spoke, he turned to look at Gu Nianji. His gaze flitted across her pretty face, which was now pale with fright. I'm sorry, Gu Nianji's voice trembled as she said, this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to apologize. Unrelated. Ha. Hu Xiaoheng smiled faintly as he shook his head. He clicked the mouse lightly and played another set of images and data. The pictures you saw just now are all mentioned in history books. It has a lot to do with the case we are investigating, so I won't say more. What I'm about to show you is another set of secret information. This was the most secret plan of the Japanese digital army, and it was also the most unbearable plan. It was so secret that they refused to give it up even now. It was so unbearable that they didn't even dare to take it out after they were defeated in exchange for freedom from prosecution after the war. The leaders of the digital army even dared to take out the insane and outrageous experimental data shown earlier and hand it over to the victorious country in exchange for freedom from prosecution. And these plans were completely covered up and never dared to reveal a single thing. But heaven's net has a long arm, and it never escapes. Before Japan withdrew from the northeastern base of our country, they had a batch of materials that were not completely destroyed. In other words, the Huaxia Empire didn't want to see these Japanese destroy the evidence of their crimes, so they used their own lives to preserve this information from the fire. Although it was only a very small part, it was enough to know the whole picture. From these bits and pieces of top-secret information, combined with the historical records of our country, we pieced together Japan's wishful thinking and insane plan. Gu Nianji suddenly held her breath and turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng, waiting for him to reveal the answer. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her calmly and gave her a comforting smile as he opened another folder. The folder's name was Operation Borrowed Seed. A paragraph appeared on the curved TV screen. This paragraph came from the Song Dynasty's Qingba magazine: a Japanese boat drifted through the Song Dynasty's borders, a group of 30 to 20 people. The Japanese women were discovered, and when they encountered people from Zhongzhou, they chose beautiful women to sleep with. This was called borrowed seed. Hu Xiaoheng calmly explained, this paragraph means that Japan began sending Japanese women to our country on a large scale to borrow seed during the Song Dynasty. Whenever they saw a tall and handsome man from our country, they would take the initiative to sleep with him until they became pregnant. These pregnant Japanese women would be sent back to Japan as treasures, and the daimyo would treat them as their wives. The sons of these women would become the daimyo's heirs, and the daughters would be treated as more precious candidates. Other aristocratic families would fight to marry them in order to improve their genes. So the Japanese aristocracy was once called the Chinese. The corners of Reinitz's lips twitched, and he said in amazement. So their ambitions began in ancient times. Yes, at that time, they could only be called thieves. But during World War I and World War II, their ambitions greatly expanded in the face of the weak and impoverished Huaxia Empire. They were no longer satisfied with petty thievery, and they began to forcibly plunder on a large scale. Hu Xiaoheng opened the second-last document in the folder, and his expression became even colder. Actually, since World War I, Japan had set up concentration camps in the northeast of the Huaxia Empire. During World War II, this notorious numerical unit expanded the scale of the concentration camps, and they specifically searched for tall and handsome men from the northern Huaxia Empire to send to their concentration camps. Here, these men were literally studs. Their only purpose was to mate with Japanese women, get them pregnant, and give birth to countless children. At that time, artificial insemination technology didn't exist. If you wanted to get pregnant, you had to use the most primitive method. Also, this kind of mating wasn't for you to enjoy the pleasures of life, but for you to be forced to work countless times a day. This caused these men to age very quickly, and they died very early. By the end of the war, everyone here had been killed, but there were still a few people who were smart and brave enough to use their lives to leave behind some information. However, these people were also all killed themselves. When our people took over the concentration camps, they saw this tragic scene. If they hadn't carefully combed through the entire concentration camps, this precious information wouldn't have been discovered, and this piece of evidence would have been lost in the long river of history. This period of history was indeed tragic, but what did it have to do with Gu Xiangwen? What did it have to do with her? Gu Nianji's heart was in her throat, and she said nervously. But I don't have any Japanese genes. Not at all. This has been proven before. During the estate dispute with Gu Yanran, Gu Nianji had relied on this information to defeat Gu Yanran in court. Yes. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. You don't have Japanese genes, so we can't be sure if this has anything to do with it. One thing worth pointing out is that during the later stages of World War II, the numerical unit discovered that the children born from decades of mating Huaxia men and Japanese women weren't particularly outstanding, and there were very few cases of genetic modification. So the leader of the numerical unit changed the plan and decided not to use Huaxia men to mate with Japanese women. Instead, they would use Huaxia men to mate with Huaxia women, and the offspring would be screened. This was the third chapter for the day, Chapter 1179, Operation Borrowed Seed. Today is the second day of the double monthly vote. Everyone, please continue to vote, don't stop. Everyone hurry up and vote for me, so give me some encouragement, and I'll continue with the fourth chapter tomorrow. Mwah. Chapter 1188. WH. What? What are you talking about? Gu Nianji stammered. Her heart was about to jump out of her chest. What I mean is that Japan's infamous numerical unit changed their practices and no longer used Huaxia men to mate with Japanese women. Instead, they used Huaxia men and Huaxia women of the same language and race to produce offspring. This was inspired by the Nazis' racial optimization policy. Am I right, Director Reinitz? Hua Xiaoheng's voice was neither fast nor slow. His magnetic bass voice came from his chest and seemed to have its own echo. It gave Gu Nianji a great deal of pressure. Her face grew paler and paler. Her hands gripped the edge of her t-shirt and almost tore it. However, Hua Xiaoheng's gaze wasn't on her. Instead, he looked coldly at Reinitz and continued to speak with a slightly threatening tone. Director Reinitz, other people might not understand, but surely you understand what I mean, right? Reinitz's face was even paler than Gu Nianji's. He was Caucasian, so he was naturally pale. However, his pale complexion was completely devoid of blood. It was like opaque white cream. Reinitz's facial features were deep, like a jade sculpture. His eyes were gentle, and every side profile was like an elegant and handsome angel in a medieval religious painting. But now, his gloomy expression didn't have a trace of an angel's kindness. Instead, it was like an angel had fallen to the mortal world to become a demon. The thick haze in his eyes made people shudder. "Why aren't you saying anything? Doesn't all of this sound familiar to you?" Hu Xiaoheng expressionlessly walked out from behind the desk and stood in front of Reinitz. He looked down at him. During World War II, was the racial optimization policy pursued by your predecessors the same as the Nazis? Reinitz's face twitched. He stood up using the chair and looked at Hu Xiaoheng with an even colder gaze. He said directly in German, "What do you mean? The crimes of the Nazis have been completely accounted for. Why are they blaming us for their mistakes? Their repentance and apology for their war crimes were much better than the Japanese." Hu Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and smiled ambiguously. "No, I'm not trying to account for the Nazis' war crimes with you. What I mean is, do you know that the race optimization policy of your predecessors did not end with the defeat of the Nazis? Anyone who has studied history knows that the Nazis' racial optimization policy forbade pure-blooded Germanic from marrying and having children with other races. They believe that only pure-blooded Germanic can give birth to the best Germanic offspring. Director Reinitz, as the Supreme Commander of the Gestapo, do you know where your country's plan is still being implemented?" Hu Xiaoheng looked at Reinitz with a half-smile, as if he was looking at a flying insect that had flown into a spider's web. No matter how hard the flying insect struggled, it could not escape the fate of being captured. Reinitz's face turned even paler after hearing Hu Xiaoheng's words. He said coldly, "You make it sound better than a song. It's a pity you're not making up stories." Hu Xiaoheng's Bluetooth headset had an instant translation function. He understood Reinitz's words and replied in English, "I'm not making up a story. This is proven by historical data." Historical data. Reinitz's heart skipped a beat. "You have historical data from our country. Historical data that even I have never seen before." "Of course." Hu Xiaoheng smiled slightly and walked back behind the desk. He opened a new folder again and opened a few information files. These are historical data that was discovered around the same time as the Japanese's Operation Borrowed Seed. It was in the concentration camp in the northeast of the Huaxia Empire. Hu Xiaoheng used the mouse to point at the words on the file. "It's all in Japanese, and we've already translated it. What's recorded here is not the Japanese plan, but the Nazi racial optimization policy." As the pictures appeared on the curved TV screen, the English and Chinese translations alternated, and the study fell into a deathly silence. The Supreme Commander of the Nazis decided to move the plan underground and carry it out in secret. On XX month XX day XX year, they selected the most outstanding men and women of the Germanic race and transferred them to the mountains of the Alps. The children born there were raised as orphans in a high-class private school near Munich. According to our intelligence, the Nazis made extraordinary efforts to implement the racial optimization policy. The people they selected to implement the racial optimization policy included the elite representatives of all levels of the Germanic race at that time, including the last of their royal family, several men from the Hohenzollern family. When the English translation of the name Hohenzollern appeared on the screen, Reinitz covered his face with his hands and let out a low roar. His entire body collapsed to the ground. The information file wasn't long, but there were too many clues that matched Reinitz's experiences. He finally understood why he had no parents when he was a descendant of the last royal family, the Hohenzollern family. He had to be raised as an orphan in a high-class private school on the outskirts of Munich. The school was fully equipped, from a nursery for newborns to the 3 grades of high school. It could raise a child who was born an orphan until he graduated from high school without any interference from the outside world. The school building was an ancient castle from 100 years ago. It had been meticulously renovated and was very comfortable. Although the children were orphans, every one of them would recognize the teachers who raised them as their parents. When Reinitz was growing up, he had more than one father and mother who cared for him. Mother Hannah and godfatherly Dishi were all key people who had a great influence on his life. However, in the information Hua Xiaoheng showed him, these people had almost instantly turned from noble and kind angels into repulsive devils. What kind of feelings did they have when they raised these children who were bred like animals? Did they treat them as the hope and future of the human race, or did they treat them as lab rats? Reinitz's entire body trembled violently, as if he was convulsing, or as if he had malaria and was swaying. On the curved screen TV, the commentary for the information file sounded again. After a long period of experimentation, the executors of the Japanese's Operation Borrowed Seed discovered that the results weren't as good as they had expected. In other words, the results were minimal, to the point where they didn't have any effect at all. Just as their plan was in trouble, World War II broke out, and they became comrades on the same front as the Nazis. As a result, the Nazis' racial optimization policy quickly attracted the attention of the Japanese and was adopted by their numerical troops. However, the Japanese approach was a little different from the Nazis. They weren't looking for the possibility of racial optimization within their own race. Because history has proven that the descendants born from intermarriage between their own race degenerated with each generation and were completely unable to support the development of the race. On the other hand, the Huaxia people, who were separated from them by the sea, were thriving with each generation and had created a brilliant and glorious civilization. This was what they admired and coveted, and it was also the foundation and root of Operation Borrowed Seed. However, the plan to mix the blood of the Huaxia people into the Japanese race wasn't successful. The combination of the two could barely stop them from degenerating, but it couldn't really optimize their development. It also couldn't allow them to produce true geniuses who could influence the course of humanity. Reinitz covered his ears and rolled around on the ground. He didn't want to hear the commentary in the expansion pack. Gu Nianji was very sad to see this. She half squatted down and gently pushed Reinitz's shoulder with one hand. She whispered, "Reinitz, do you want some coffee to calm yourself down?" Reinitz's hand suddenly reached forward and grabbed Gu Nianji's hand. His dark blue eyes were bloodshot. "Serious, you don't have to comfort me. You're no better than me," Reinitz said through gritted teeth. He glared at Gu Nianji, wanting to see her cry and break down. It was as though when he saw others break down and cry, his own pain would be shared by others, and he wouldn't feel so sad. Gu Nianji bit her lip tightly and shook her head with all her might. "No, I'm different from you." How are you different?" Reinitz was so agitated by Hua Xiaoheng's identity that he couldn't choose his words. Although his hands were handcuffed, they only restricted his wrists. He could still move his hands freely. He gripped Gu Nianji's hand tightly and stood up from the ground. He moved closer to her with an almost ferocious expression. "Serious, do you know what data we've been looking for half a century? It's the data from the borrowed seed operation of the Japanese army. They used the fertility optimization data obtained from Huaxia men and Huaxia women multiple times. They've succeeded before. They've succeeded before." Reinitz screamed hysterically. Gu Nianji's heart sank. She used all her strength to push Reinitz's hand away and shouted, "No. They won't succeed. They'll never succeed. You're lying. You're lying." She turned her head and looked at Hua Xiaoheng with teary eyes. Her lips trembled as she tried to get some comfort from him. However, Hua Xiaoheng's expression didn't change in the slightest. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's as he watched Reinitz's every move. Occasionally, his gaze swept past Gu Nianji's panicked expression, but he didn't have any intention of comforting her. He didn't even look at her. His attitude not only made Gu Nianji feel at a loss, but it also really angered someone, He Ji-chu. He pulled Gu Nianji away from Reinitz's hand and held her in his arms. He enunciated each word clearly, enough. Don't speak nonsense. Nianji's past has nothing to do with this dirty plan. It has nothing to do with it at all. Hua Xiaoheng forced himself not to look at Gu Nianji's pleading eyes. He hardened his heart and waited for so long just for He Ji-chu to say this. In this plan to kill two birds with one stone, he first targeted Reinitz, then implicated Gu Nianji, but in the end, his real target was He Ji-chu. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't sure what the truth was, but he was certain that He Ji-chu must know. This is the first night watch for the day, chapter 1180, he must know. Today is the last day of September's double monthly votes. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. The second night watch at 1 p.m. and the third night watch at 8 p.m. I'll do my best today and see if I need the fourth night watch at 10 p.m. tonight. P.S. Thank you to Beth1211 for tipping me 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Asterisk degree asterisk. Chapter 1189. As soon as He Ji-chu finished speaking, Hua Xiaoheng immediately said, "Does Professor He know what's going on?" He looked at He Ji-chu inquiringly and saw Gu Nianji also look up from the corner of his eye. She eagerly grasped He Ji-chu's arm and asked, full of hope, "Professor He, you know, right? They never succeeded. That evil plan can't possibly succeed." He Ji-chu heard Hua Xiaoheng's question and immediately realized he had fallen into another trap. Hua Xiaoheng was truly willing to go to any lengths to find out Gu Nianji's past. A mocking sneer hung on his lips as he instantly calmed down and said coldly, "Do I still need to say this? Look at Nianji's age and think about the time of Operation Borrowed Seed. How could it have anything to do with Nianji? Gu Nianji would turn 20 in 6 months, so she was 19 and a half now. She grew up with you when she was 12. Before she was 12, she was with her father and lived in South America. Gu Yanran and Yi Xian can both testify. So Hua Xiao, Reinitz, did you two agree to put on a show?" He Ji-chu calmly pointed out the loopholes in Hua Xiaoheng and Reinitz's conversation. He started with Gu Nianji's age, which was indeed a very powerful piece of evidence. Hua Xiaoheng acutely noticed that when He Ji-chu said Gu Nianji was with her father before she was 12, there was a brief pause. He squinted and instinctively tapped his fingers on the desk a few times before saying calmly, "Professor He, it's very obvious that if Operation Borrowed Seed has anything to do with Nianji, it doesn't. It definitely doesn't." Gu Nianji interrupted Hua Xiaoheng and pointed at Reinitz. "Reinitz told me that my father also kept a pregnancy diary for my mother. They didn't give birth to me in a concentration camp." Reinitz was speechless. He and Hua Xiaoheng looked at each other. They were in the same profession, but Reinitz realized he wasn't on the same level as Hua Xiaoheng when it came to hiding their emotions. Hua Xiaoheng's most beloved woman was about to have an emotional breakdown in front of him, yet he could still remain indifferent and control the situation. Reinitz was ashamed of his self-control and self-restraint. If Gu Nianji loved him and he was Hua Xiaoheng, he would erase everything without hesitation. He didn't want to add to Gu Nianji's troubles. He only hoped that she could live happily. Unfortunately, it was just a beautiful thought. Reinitz also knew that he couldn't do it. Perhaps to people of his and Hua Xiaoheng's statuses, they were destined not to place their feelings above all else. Maternity diary. What's going on? Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji. Reinitz told you. He turned to look at Reinitz again. Can you explain this to me? How did you know that Gu Xiangwen kept a pregnancy diary? Reinitz had only told Gu Nianji about this because he wanted her to be interested in going with him to find the data. Gu Nianji didn't have time to tell Hua Xiaoheng this. Reinitz's emotions had gradually calmed down. Although the depression in his heart was getting deeper, it wasn't difficult for him to hide it. Reinitz struggled to stand up from the ground again and used the back of the chair to support his numb legs. His voice returned to its usual gentle and polite tone. I saw it in Gu Xiangwen's manuscript. It was the manuscript and letter that Gu Yanran gave to the angels in the World Foundation. I worked at that foundation for a few years. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng calmly. He knew that Hua Xiaoheng must know what he meant by working at that foundation for a few years. Hua Xiaoheng and the others were no strangers to this kind of thing. Hua Xiaoheng looked away and lowered his head to type a few times on the computer. He said calmly, yes, even so, Nianji has nothing to do with that concentration camp. But what about her grandfather? Gu Hauze has nothing to do with that concentration camp. Reinitz's heart tightened and he instinctively glanced at Gu Nianji. Reinitz was also the one who told Gu Nianji about her grandfather, Gu Xiangwen's father, Gu Hauze. Just last night, Gu Nianji had already told him about Gu Hauze in such a short time. It seemed like she trusted Hua Xiaoheng to the core. Reinitz held the back of the chair and slowly sat down. He rubbed his knees with his hands and nodded to answer Hua Xiaoheng's question. Yes, Gu Hauze, Sirius' grandfather, was sent to our bureau by that concentration camp. Reinitz's expression was solemn. Gu Hauze is a true master of psychology. He took all the information related to him with him. The only things that were left were some of the information that our predecessors in the bureau remembered, as well as the conclusions they came to after interacting with him. Our predecessors in the bureau remember very clearly that Gu Hauze was the genius that was successfully cultivated by Operation Borrowed Seed. His IQ was off the charts, and his memory was amazing. He could remember any book with one glance. To him, he could get full marks for any subject just by reading it once. There was nothing he couldn't do, only things he didn't want to learn. Later, he became obsessed with psychology. We thought it was just the habit of a genius to like to challenge unknown subjects and fields. In the end, we didn't expect that after studying psychology for half a year, he created a very powerful hypnosis technique and single-handedly overturned our entire bureau. From the top to the bottom, from the director to the guards guarding the door, everyone fell for it. When Reinitz said this, he looked at Gu Nianji. The expression in his eyes was gentle and complicated. How could he forget that Gu Hauze's granddaughter, Gu Nianji, had also performed a great hypnosis in the online world in their bureau? That time, she had wiped out all the information in their online system. She was even more ruthless than her grandfather, Gu Hauze. Could this be the legendary family history? Or could geniuses also be inherited? Hua Xiaoheng and He Zhichu also thought about what Gu Nianji had done at the same time. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and love. However, He Zhichu's eyes were filled with even more surprise and confusion. This confusion flashed through his eyes so quickly that almost no one noticed it. Gu Nianji also thought about what she had done at the Gestapo headquarters that time. She smiled slightly, but still stubbornly retorted, even if my grandfather came out of that concentration camp and was also a genius, this doesn't prove that the Japanese Operation Borrowed Seed was a success, and it also doesn't prove that my grandfather was the result of Operation Borrowed Seed. Moreover, if it really was a success, wouldn't they have mass-produced geniuses? Why would they give such a good finished product to the Gestapo for nothing? Do you think that the Japanese spent so much effort to make a wedding dress for you? Gu Nianji's rebuttal also stunned Reinitz. He instinctively retorted. Actually, it wasn't that the Japanese wanted to give it to us for nothing, but at that time, World War II was nearing its end, and they were about to be defeated. If they didn't send it to us, the Huaxia Empire and other countries would have taken all the information away. They didn't want others to benefit, and this kind of thing involved ethical taboos. Even now, scientists are trying to find a balance between ethics and scientific progress. Hu Xiaoheng's brows furrowed more tightly as he listened. He had always had a suspicion, but without any evidence, he wouldn't easily say it. Thinking of this, Hu Xiaoheng glanced at He Jichu again and asked calmly, Professor He, you're very familiar with the Gu family. May I ask if you knew Nianji's grandfather? Where is he right now? Is he alive, or has he already? He Jichu's answer was especially quick this time. Gu Haoze. He passed away a long time ago. He Jichu seemed to be recalling something in his mind, or perhaps he was trying hard to remember. He passed away before Nianji was born. Nianji's grandmother passed away even earlier. He Jichu thought about the situation of the Gu family's information. Gu Xiangwen and Gu Tian's parents passed away when they were relatively young. Gu Tian and Gu Jing both grew up with Gu Xiangwen. This is the second night watch for the day, Chapter 1181, The Origin of Family Knowledge. Today is the last day of September's double monthly votes. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. 8:00 at night, the third night watch. I'm going all out today, and I'll see if I need the fourth night watch at 10 tonight. Mwah. Chapter 1190. Professor He, are you really close to Nianji's family? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Then do you know where the Gus are? Hu Xiaoheng smiled. If you had told me earlier, we could have avoided a lot of detours. He Jichu was once again enraged by Hu Xiaoheng's easygoing attitude. Although he told himself not to get angry because this was Hu Xiaoheng's provocation, he couldn't help it when he saw Gu Nianji in his arms looking at him with a face full of tears and hope. He Jichu sneered. Yes, I'm very close to Nianji's family. Didn't you already know? I already said it, but did you believe me? Why wouldn't I believe you? Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. How do you know we won't believe you if you don't say it? You believe me just because I say it. Fine, I'll tell you again. Nianji is my fiancé. We've been engaged since we were young. Can you give her back to me? He Jichu knew Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng were married, but Gu Nianji didn't want others to know, so they were still secretly married. Because Reinitz was there, He Jichu didn't directly say they were married. He only vaguely expressed his desire to be with Gu Nianji. He Jichu held Gu Nianji in place with one hand and pointed at Hu Xiaoheng with the other. Seeing Hu Xiaoheng's livid expression, He Jichu was extremely pleased. Huh, you don't believe me now. Look at you. Which part of you really believes my words? You're just selectively believing what's good for you and ignoring or not admitting what's bad for you. Hu Xiaoheng, you set up these traps to trick me into talking. Do you really think you can accept the whole truth? As He Jichu laughed, he didn't forget to take out a small pack of wet tissues from his pocket. He tore open the packaging and took it out to wipe the tears off Gu Nianji's face. Hu Xiaoheng clenched his hands behind his back and used his iron will to control himself. He couldn't say anything that would make him regret it. He Jichu carefully wiped Gu Nianji's face and continued to mock Hu Xiaoheng without looking up. Why aren't you talking? Aren't you very capable? I only have one thing to say now. I can tell you everything, but the condition is that you return Nianji to me. If you can do it, I'll tell you. I, He Jichu, have never been afraid of any threats in my life. Except for Gu Nianji. But this weakness was probably also Hu Xiaoheng's weakness. Therefore, He Jichu was very relieved to say this. Hu Xiaoheng's hands loosened and tightened behind his back. If they were closer, they could almost hear the sound of his joints cracking. Reinitz didn't know that He Jichu was Gu Nianji's fiancé. In the past, he would have taken the opportunity to mock him, but now he wasn't in the mood. What reason did a person who could even control his own birth and growth have to drag another person into his life? When his godfather, Li Dishi, secretly ordered him to bring Gu Nianji back to Germany so that he could marry Gu Nianji, Reinitz didn't say anything, but his heart was filled with indescribable joy. He didn't know how deep his feelings for Gu Nianji were, but as soon as he heard Li Dishi say that he wanted the two of them to get married, he couldn't help imagining the two of them living together. They cooked together, did laundry together, had children together, bickered about their children's upbringing together, worried about their children's marriage, and grew old together. When their hair turned gray, they could still sit on the balcony and watch the sunset together, but the truth that Hu Xiaoheng revealed today made him never dare to think about such a future again. If Gu Nianji was with him, wouldn't that be a real tragedy? He was a product of the Nazi race optimization policy, and Gu Nianji was probably the same because she was Gu House's granddaughter. B5 solely does she wanted them to get married and have better offspring, right? Thinking of this, the corners of Reinitz's lips curled up into a sneer. Originally, they could only allow Germanic people to marry and have children with each other. Now Li Dishi allowed Reinitz to marry and have children with a woman of pure Chinese descent. It was obvious how much they coveted Gu House's genes, right? Reinitz took a deep breath, and his legs gradually returned to normal. Although he was still shackled and couldn't sneak out, his daily movements were not affected. Reinitz rubbed his knees, and his expression became indifferent. His ascetic face now had an otherworldly handsomeness. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's eyes twitched in the face of He Jichu's mockery. He pursed his lips, and his voice was a bit hoarse when he spoke. He still couldn't accept He Jichu's conditions. A person who insisted on his principles could only settle for the next best thing now. He said, "Fine, you don't have to answer my question. But aren't you even going to answer Ninji's question? Was her grandfather, Gu Hausa, the success of Operation Borrowed Seed like Reinitz said?" Hu Xiaoheng remembered Reinitz shouting, they succeeded before, when he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He Jichu said coldly, "Ninji's genes don't have Japanese characteristics. She's not Japanese. She's pure Huaxia." This means that her grandfather was also pure Huaxia and didn't have Japanese genes. "I don't know what you mean by insisting that Gu Hausa is connected to that disgusting Operation Borrowed Seed." According to our information, the later stages of Operation Borrowed Seed were to use pure Huaxia people to reproduce with Huaxia people. Hu Xiaoheng was very concerned about this point. If this fact was true, then it meant that the data that Reinitz was investigating completely belonged to the Huaxia people. This kind of thing absolutely couldn't fall into the hands of foreigners. Gu Nianji listened on the side for a long time, and her emotions gradually recovered. When she heard Reinitz say that Operation Borrowed Seed had succeeded before, she immediately thought of her grandfather, Gu Hausa, who was a master of psychology, and almost broke down. But after the initial shock, she began to think about the entire matter on her own. She thought about every word that Reinitz said, as well as all the information that Hu Xiaoheng had presented. She pushed He Jichu's hand away and stood next to him. She asked Reinitz thoughtfully, "Reinitz, according to the information that you know, Operation Borrowed Seed has only succeeded once?" Reinitz nodded indifferently. His pleasant baritone voice was gentle and trustworthy as he said, "Yes, the seniors in our bureau have seen the information. This question is very clear. It has only succeeded once, and they said that it was your grandfather, Gu Hausa. That was why they couldn't bear to torture him in any way, and they couldn't even bear to use him for research. The Japanese biologists in the digital army all had the mentality that he was a perfect work of art and must be preserved and passed down. This mentality allowed Gu Hausa to walk out of the concentration camp in the northeast of the Huaxia Empire in one piece and arrive at the Gestapo's headquarters in Europe. There, he was evaluated and observed around the clock. Reinitz concluded, "It's just a pity that the evaluation and observation data from that time were also taken away by your grandfather. Otherwise, he would have been able to give you more information." Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she shook her head. "There's no need. This is pretty good. When your grandfather left, he was only 19 years old. He's about the same age as you are now. Reinitz hesitated for a moment before saying this. In reality, he didn't need to go into so much detail. He only needed to say that he didn't know. After all the information had indeed been taken away by Gu Haoze. But seeing how upset Gu Nianji was and how close she was to breaking down, he still chose to tell her everything he knew about Gu Haoze. Perhaps it was to make up for his bad attitude earlier. He Jichu also added on from the side, your grandfather only got married and had children after he left the control of those people. Your father was born in France. Your grandparents passed away a long time ago, but I really don't know where your father is now. I also don't know whether he's alive or dead. This was all the information He Jichu had on the Gu family. But in the information He Jichu had, there was nothing that indicated that Gu Haoze was a genius. Perhaps after escaping from the hands of the Gestapo and the Japanese, Gu Haoze chose to conceal his identity and live as a normal person. Pretending to be a genius was very easy to expose, but pretending to be a normal person was extremely easy. Gu Nianji nodded and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. She said calmly, I understand now. Combining Professor He's and Reinitz's words, I still conclude that Operation Borrowed Seed has never succeeded. It has never succeeded. Hua Xiao, what do you think? Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed. Why do you think so? He absolutely didn't want the Japanese to succeed with Operation Borrowed Seed, but before eliminating all possibilities of success, he had to be objective and cautious. He couldn't be as emotional as Gu Nianji. He understood how Gu Nianji felt, but to make such a conclusion, he needed evidence to convince him. Gu Nianji's mind quickly searched for the flash of inspiration that had just flashed by. After a while, she looked up and smiled. I thought of it. This was the third watch of the day, chapter 1182, I thought of it. Today was the last day of double monthly votes in September. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Ah! Were there no more monthly votes? Would more monthly votes fall into the hands of the Major General when the fourth watch of the day came at 10 o'clock? Mwah! Chapter 1191. She thought of it so quickly, as expected of the best trial lawyer in his mind. Hua Xiaoheng raised his chin slightly, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration and praise. He nodded and said softly, Go ahead. Gu Nianji organized her thoughts in her mind. She looked at Reinitz. Reinitz, the Japanese you mentioned clearly stated in the documents that their Operation Borrowed Seed, which was their human optimization experiment, was a success. Reinitz carefully thought about the memoirs left behind by his predecessors in the Bureau and said, that should be the case, but they also mentioned in the materials that they used countless Huaxia Empire people as experiments, but only this time was successful. The corners of Gu Nianji's eyes twitched. Used countless Huaxia Empire people as experiments, that meant they drove countless Huaxia Empire people to breed like livestock, just to get a satisfactory offspring. They really worked hard. Gu Nianji's expression subconsciously became a bit sarcastic. These Japanese really put in a lot of effort to optimize our Huaxia Empire people's race. Reinitz was speechless. He Jichu snickered and shook his head. Hua Xiaoheng remained calm. Go on. Gu Nianji walked behind Hua Xiaoheng's desk and looked at the information displayed on the ultra-thin and ultralight laptop in front of him. It showed that Japan had established concentration camps in the northeast of the Huaxia Empire to conduct secret research that dated back to before World War I. From World War I to World War II, it spanned hundreds of years and involved at least 2 or 3 generations of people. Gu Nianji said with great regret and sorrow, such a large concentration camp, such a long time, and so many Huaxia Empire people were captured for all kinds of inhumane torture and experiments. In such a hell on earth, they actually wanted to create Superman. They really daydreamed too much. They thought that just because they were strong and the other side was weak, they could survive. Didn't they see that the Huaxia Empire people had never truly submitted in thousands of years? Gu Nianji shrugged. It's not that I'm slandering them, but I've always felt that the Japanese people have a deep sense of bigotry and perversion. Are these perverts born like this, or are they developed after birth? I will leave this question to our scientists to continue their research. Are you saying that this race is mentally ill? The corners of Reinitz's lips twitched. Someone has mentioned this before. The crimes committed by the Japanese during World War II were something that even the Nazis could not tolerate. From this, it could be seen that they were even more brutal, vile, and unforgivable. Hua Xiaoheng immediately retorted, "No, they're not mentally ill. Please do not use mental illness as an excuse for their cruelty." Gu Nianji nodded in agreement and added, "Mental patients can't control their own behavior, so they can escape legal punishment no matter what crime they commit. That's why I share the same opinion as Hua Xiao. They were clearly organized, conscious, and methodical criminals. The International Court of Justice has tried the relevant criminals. Although many people have escaped punishment, I believe that justice has long arms. They will definitely pay the price for their war crimes and crimes against humanity. However, this question has nothing to do with my conclusion." Gu Nianji tactfully ended the topic. "My opinion is very clear. The Japanese's Operation Borrowed Seed has been going on for hundreds or even thousands of years, but it has never succeeded. But how do you explain Gu Hao's existence? How do you explain his son, Gu Xiangwen? And you, Gu Nianji, are you all bugs that appeared when God created humans?" Reinitz smiled. "Of course, I would believe you if you said you had a cheat code." He was now able to speak to Gu Nianji calmly. Perhaps it was because he felt that she was the same kind of person as him, so he had given up on his contradictory and hostile mentality. Reinitz had already given up on analyzing his own feelings. The corners of Gu Nianji's lips curled up as her eyes drifted over Reinitz's face. Reinitz suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. He could see a trace of disdain and contempt in Gu Nianji's eyes, and he instantly felt uncomfortable. Gu Nianji completely calmed down and said calmly, "We are not bugs, and we are definitely not the results of Japan's Operation Borrowed Seed. Why do you say that even if my grandfather, Gu Haoze, appeared, he was not the result of Japan's Operation Borrowed Seed? I must first clarify a conceptual issue here." Gu Nianji's slender fingers flew across Hua Xiaoheng's laptop as she pulled up the criteria for a successful scientific experiment from the internet. You see, there are fixed criteria for a successful scientific experiment. It's not like you can prove that you've predicted the pattern of human illness just because someone sneezes on a cold day. The most basic key to proving the success of a scientific experiment is to obtain a result that does not exceed the experimental error range under the same experimental conditions and the same experimental criteria. The experimental method must be repeatable. Not only must it be repeated in your own laboratory, but it must also be repeated by others. The final result must not exceed a certain error range for the experiment to be considered a success. You see, in recent years, all the papers in international scientific journals that were exposed to falsified data were judged to be falsified because other laboratories repeated the experiment according to the experimental method and couldn't obtain the results claimed by these papers. Right now, we don't have the experimental data of the Japanese Operation Borrowed Seed, but we do have their experimental methods, which Reinitz said were the memoirs written by the predecessors of their bureau who had seen the data. The specific data may be difficult to remember, but the experimental methods are very simple. Because they didn't have more advanced methods in that era, right? Gu Nianji finished speaking and paused. Her large, bright eyes looked at Reinitz. Reinitz, can you recall what kind of experimental methods your predecessors mentioned? Reinitz was a bit embarrassed. Basically, the experiments on the racial optimization in that era were conducted by real people with real knives and guns. In that concentration camp, people lost their dignity and were used like lab rats for all kinds of comparative research until the women became pregnant. However, the men were driven to impregnate more women to observe the growth and development of their offspring. After Reinitz finished speaking, the study was deathly silent. Gu Nianji was a woman, so she couldn't empathize with him. However, the three men felt a faint pain in the ass, a literal pain in the ass. Gu Nianji was the first to snap out of her daze and calmly said, "It's similar to what I imagined." So this was their experiment. They used this method in so many people, but in the end, they only obtained one successful sample, Gu Hausa. Is this considered a success? If a scientific experiment can't be repeated and verified, then it can't be considered a success. Gu Nianji came to the first conclusion. The birth of geniuses is highly accidental. Even without Operation Borrowed Seed, geniuses would still be born in this world. So as for Gu Hausa's appearance, I believe that he was a genius born normally. Perhaps he was born in that concentration camp by accident, and this has nothing to do with Operation Borrowed Seed. You have to know that if they didn't capture so many outstanding Huaxia men and women to study like animals, more geniuses would have been born among these Huaxia people. In this sense, Operation Borrowed Seed actually killed the possibility of countless geniuses being born in the summer of Huaxia. And Gu Hausa was just an uncontrollable accident in their experiment. Gu Nianji came to the second conclusion with a solemn expression. So I believe that in the later stages, the Japanese Operation Borrowed Seed had already transitioned from the first goal, which was to study how to improve the Japanese race, to the second goal, which was to study how to destroy the Huaxia Empire. This was the real reason why they changed their experimental subjects. This is the fourth update for today, Chapter 1183, The Real Reason. Today is the last day of September's double monthly votes. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Do you have your monthly votes? If you don't, then forget it. But remember to cast your monthly votes for October at 12:00 today. October's double is on the 7th day of the month. There won't be any double at the end of the month. Good night, my dears. Chapter 1192. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes almost lit up when he heard Gu Nianji's analysis. However, he quickly restrained himself and nodded without batting an eyelid. He said in a low voice, "That makes sense. This will explain a lot of questions that people don't understand." Really? Which questions do you not understand? He Jichu's lips twitched as he said sarcastically, "Do you need Nianji to answer your questions?" Gu Nianji looked down and pursed her lips as she said quietly, "Actually, I never believed that the improvement and optimization of the human race could be achieved using this method of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm." From the moment she heard Hu Xiaoheng describe Operation Borrowed Seed, she had this doubt. In her opinion, using this method to do scientific research was undoubtedly a dead end. "I agree with you." He Jichu looked at Gu Nianji in surprise. "If you can think that way, then you've indeed grasped the crux of the problem. Such a method will never achieve true technological progress." Gu Nianji didn't have any memories from before she was 12 years old, but she had this intuition. He Jichu couldn't help but think optimistically that he probably had a place in Gu Nianji's heart, right? Hu Xiaoheng clenched one hand into a fist and rested his chin on his hand. After a moment of silence, he said, "Then it makes sense." After the Japanese numerical unit was defeated, they handed over almost all other human experimental data to the victorious country at the time, but they didn't hand over this data. Because this data wasn't normal human experimental data. If they had really handed it over, even if the victorious country had selfish motives, they wouldn't have been able to accept such a pure sin. This also explains why Nianji's grandfather, Gu Hausa, did everything he could to take away the experimental data from the Gestapo headquarters. Reinitz also understood, so he said clearly in German, because that data wasn't about the optimization of the Huaxia human race, but data that targeted the genetic weaknesses of the Huaxia people. If that's the case, then I also understand why the predecessors of our bureau wrote some contradictory things in their memoirs. Perhaps they also saw it, but this kind of thing was too challenging to the ethical concepts of the people at the time, so they chose to be vague about it or keep their mouths shut. The Nazi race optimization policy was also very evil, but its main purpose was to optimize their own race. However, what the Japanese did was to drag other races down with them when they discovered that self-optimization was hopeless. In other words, as long as I get rid of the person running in front of me, I will be number one. This kind of wretched and shameful mentality made it so that they would never be the final victor. But if your grandfather Gu Hausa was an accident, an uncontrollable factor in the experiment, why didn't they just kill him? Why did they send him to the European Gestapo headquarters? Hu Xiaoheng felt that there were still things they didn't understand. Gu Nianji nodded. I'm considering that. Hu Xiao, do you remember why Gu Yanran and her mother, Gu Jing, were adopted by the Gus? Hu Xiaoheng was taken aback. You're saying that Gu Hausa is the root cause of the Gu family's hereditary illness. And Gu Hausa's genetic disease is the sequela of this plan. Gu Nianji laughed. Hu Xiao, your mind works faster than mine. Yes, that's what I meant. Therefore, there must be a reason why they had to do this. However, this was not related to the topic they were discussing at the moment. Gu Nianji continued, later, because the data was lost and because our country won the war, the Japanese couldn't capture our citizens on a large scale and send them to concentration camps to conduct experiments like they did during the war. Therefore, they returned to the first goal of Operation Borrowed Seed, which was to optimize their own race. Coupled with the development of science and technology, they didn't need to continue using such a stupid method to conduct human optimization experiments. Therefore, they set up these clinics to treat infertility. They directly stole the reproductive cells of patients who came to see them, carried out artificial insemination, and propagated them to observe the results of optimization. Hu Xiaoheng also walked to his laptop and opened another file. Gu Nianji completely agreed. My father must have also discovered their intentions, so he used this method to warn the people who were looking for the data. But if your father discovered that these clinics were conducting the same research, why didn't he report it? Reinitz asked curiously. I thought he hated this kind of thing. Of course he hated it, but do you think my father alone could go against the power of the entire country? Gu Nianji glared at Reinitz. Moreover, I also investigated these clinics. They were truly researching the optimization of Japanese genes and didn't involve Huaxia genes. Therefore, I think my father was keeping a close eye on these clinics to prevent them from doing anything harmful to the Huaxia Empire. Reinitz chuckled and shook his head. Serious, you've never met your father. How can you be so sure that he's really a good person? However, Gu Nianji said with certainty, I know. I just know that my father is definitely not a bad person. Not only is he not a bad person, but he's also a rare and capable good person. He Jichu silently looked away, unable to bear to look at Gu Nianji's expression. Hu Xiaoheng had just looked up and was about to echo Gu Nianji's words when he saw He Jichu look away. He felt that something was off. However, He Jichu was always vague and changed the subject. Now, he was even using Gu Nianji's decision to stay or leave as a condition. Hu Xiaoheng decided not to try to get information from He Jichu again. He also wouldn't take the bits and pieces he revealed as the truth. He wanted to return to his previous way of working. Like Reinitz, he would doubt everything and rely on himself to prove everything. I just demonstrated my conclusion from the three perspectives of premise, history, and follow-up. That is, Operation Borrowed Seed did not succeed, and Operation Extermination also did not succeed. Gu Nianji smiled as she looked up at the curved TV screen in front of her. Hu Xiaoheng had just opened another document. It was the cursive English poem that Gu Nianji had taken a photo of in the Das Clinic's reception room. A little girl needs daddy. When the cursive poem hung on the wall was magnified on the curved TV screen, Gu Nianji suddenly felt that the shape of the poem was somewhat familiar. The cursive English characters used curved lines to outline every English word. It really was as if every word could be written in a flower. However, the cursive English poem had long and short lines that were interconnected like vines. It was as if they were outlining a complicated picture. If someone who didn't know English looked at this poem, they would most likely not know it was a poem. They would only think it was a picture. It was an abstract painting drawn with black and white lines. Gu Nianji's mind suddenly became clear when she realized it was a picture. She pointed at the TV screen and said, "Look, if you look at the shape of this cursive English poem, doesn't it look like a picture?" "What picture?" He Jichu glanced at it. "I can't tell." Hu Xiaoheng stood behind the desk and leaned forward with both hands on the desk. He looked up at the magnified cursive English poem on the TV and nodded thoughtfully. "It does look a bit familiar. Right?" Gu Nianji was excited. "Say, don't you think this cursive English poem looks like a map of Africa?" Hu Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and slowly straightened his body. He stared at the picture without moving. Gradually, he stopped trying to read the English meaning of the cursive English words. Instead, he purely admired it as a picture. Sure enough, the picture was getting closer and closer to the map of Africa in his memory. Hu Xiaoheng bent down and immediately pulled up a map of Africa from the computer. He enlarged it and placed it side by side with the cursive English poem. With this comparison, everyone could see it. The arrangement of the cursive English poem was almost a mirror image of the general shape of the map of Africa. Gu Nianji couldn't help but take the mouse from Hu Xiaoheng's hand and operate it herself. She opened a mapping software and copied the map of Africa into it. Then, she copied the picture of the cursive English poem into it. She had the mapping software look for the point where the two overlapped. With the help of the mapping software, Gu Nianji quickly discovered that there was an obvious bright spot at the bottom corner of the two pictures. That was the location of the last English word of the poem, there. The last two lines of the poem were, "Sa diving deeper soaring hai she'll always find him there." So as long as she dives into the deep sea or flies high in the sky, she will find him there. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly marked the place where the word, there, overlapped with the map of Africa. Then, she pulled up the marked map of Africa and put it into the mapping software to search for latitude and longitude. Hu Xiaoheng, He Jichu, and Reinitz all quietly watched Gu Nianji work quickly on the computer, waiting for her to discover the information left by her father. The mapping software took less than a second to search for latitude and longitude data. Gu Nianji laughed. Latitude 33 degrees 55 minutes south, longitude 18 degrees 25 minutes east. This latitude and longitude is the second largest city in the southernmost country in Africa, Cape Town. It's there. My father must have left something there. Hu Xiaoheng saw the latitude and longitude, as well as the name of Cape Town. His brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. How could it be such a coincidence? In order to find the true whereabouts of Gu Xiangwen's plane, MH210, he sent Zhao Liangzi to a small island in the Cape of Good Hope to facilitate the search of the nearby waters. The Cape of Good Hope was a landmark of Cape Town. It was only 2 kilometers away from Cape Town, a distance that could be reached on foot. This is today's first update, Chapter 1184, Could It Be a Coincidence? Today is the first day of the double monthly votes in October. Everyone, hurry up and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. The second update will be at 1 p.m., and the third update will be at 8 p.m. I'll give it my all today. I'll continue with the fourth update at 10 p.m. tonight. Don't let me down, my dear friends. P.S. thank you to Beth1211 for tipping me 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1193. First, I wish everyone a happy National Day. Everyone is happily taking a long vacation, but I don't have a long vacation. However, I won't miss out on everyone's updates. Once again, I would like to thank everyone for the monthly votes during September's double period. Thank you everyone for subscribing, voting, tipping, and reviewing Major General. September's monthly votes really surprised me. My hard work of updating every day for a month has finally moved everyone / greater than over equal to for all, /. This is the fun of online literature. Without following the updates and participating in the monthly votes battle, I can't say that I've read online literature now. For the first 7 days of October, there will still be double monthly votes. If my dear friends have monthly votes, you can vote for them immediately. Please vote for monthly votes X2. Please vote for monthly votes X2. Please vote for monthly votes X2. P.S. Today's first update, Chapter 1184, Is It a Coincidence, has been updated. My dear friends, you can see it if you scroll forward. Chapter 1194. Ji-chu didn't want to listen anymore, so he put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked to the window. The curtains weren't opened, and he stood beside the milky white gauze curtains. He was wearing a light gray summer suit, and he stood tall and aloof. Gu Nianji noticed Ji-chu's movement, and her eyes flashed. She could feel Ji-chu's disapproval. Was she wrong? But thinking about it again, Ji-chu had also said many times that he didn't know Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts. Also, Ji-chu had always acted like he knew about the past, which was before Gu Nianji was 12 years old. After Gu Nianji left the Gu family at 12 and was rescued by Hua Xiaoheng, Ji-chu didn't know anything. From this perspective, there should be a reason why Ji-chu didn't know about the Gu family situation. Gu Nianji quietly pondered Ji-chu as she used the mouse to point at the coordinates of Cape Town. I want to go there and see. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. I'll go prepare and set off directly to Cape Town in Africa from here. Reinitz raised his handcuffs, his expression normal. I have no interest at all now. Can you let me go? Hua Xiaoheng ignored him and only waved at him to shut up. He looked at Ji-chu by the window, and then glanced at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji understood and smiled at Ji-chu's back. Professor He, do you want to go with us? Ji-chu didn't look back and only shook his head. No, I only took a few days off. I still have things to do at school, so I can't be away for too long. Gu Nianji didn't insist. Okay, then Professor He can go back first. When we come back from Cape Town, I'll talk to you. Yeah. Ji-chu finally responded after a while. Hua Xiaoheng was already mentally prepared for Ji-chu's reaction, so he didn't say much. He only reminded Gu Nianji, Cape Town is in Africa. The situation there is complicated, and security is not guaranteed. Be especially careful. Gu Nianji nodded quickly. I understand. I'll go prepare now. In order to track down her father's whereabouts and her own background, Gu Nianji couldn't care less. She left the study first and went back to her bedroom to pack her things. When Ji-chu heard Gu Nianji leave, he also turned around and walked out without a word without looking at Hua Xiaoheng and Reinitz. Only Reinitz and Hua Xiaoheng were left in the study. The door of the study was gently closed by the person at the door, and the room was quiet. Reinitz raised his hands to Hua Xiaoheng again and said very seriously, Major General Hua, can you promise me to let me leave this place? I want to go back to China. You want to leave? Reinitz, have you forgotten that you are now my captive? Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and looked at Reinitz calmly as he answered his question in English. Reinitz quickly switched to English. No, 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 I didn't forget. I'm not as skilled as you, so I was captured by you. I accept it wholeheartedly. But you and I are just serving different masters. There is no deep hatred between the two of us, don't you think? Hua Xiaoheng smiled mysteriously and crossed his arms. Is that so? Is there no deep hatred between the two of us? I don't think so. Hua Xiaoheng put down his arms and walked over to Reinitz. He grabbed his collar and said coldly, Reinitz, the trap you set in the Alps almost made Nianji break down. Did you forget all that? But I didn't forget. He was going to bring up the past. Reinitz couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. At that time, he was the proud leader of the Gestapo and the director of the Federal Intelligence Agency. Although he was gradually attracted to Gu Nianji, his heart had always been on the interests of the country. Unlike now, Hua Xiaoheng's words had almost destroyed his faith. Reinitz was forcing himself to be calm, but his heart was actually already filled with despair. It was like standing in the wilderness of time and suddenly realizing that he was floating like duckweed. Fine, then do whatever you want. Reinitz closed his eyes. I don't regret what I've done. If I could do it all over again, would still do it. Until he knew the truth. Hua Xiaoheng let go of Reinitz's collar and took a step back. He thought about it for a moment and seemed to have made up his mind. Reinitz, you know we have rules. I can't just let people go. Ha! Reinitz was a bit confused and said with disappointment, don't you have special authority? In our line of work, there are so many things to do outside. How can we report everything to the Empire? Our country is different from your country, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, his expression extremely solemn. However, since you helped Nianji hide it, I can make an exception this time. Reinitz originally thought that there was no hope, but Hua Xiaoheng changed the topic and the situation immediately turned around. Reinitz looked at Hua Xiaoheng and smiled. You're making an exception, so there must be conditions, right? He was too familiar with the way people like them did things. Hua Xiaoheng didn't smile and still said very seriously, I hope that after you go back, you can pay close attention to your bureau's movements regarding the Japanese and keep me informed. As he spoke, Hua Xiaoheng stuffed a flash drive into Reinitz's hand. There's a password and phone number here. All you have to do is dial this phone number and enter the password to leave a message. Don't worry, I'm the only one who can check this email. Reinitz looked at Hua Xiaoheng in shock. This person really didn't do business at a loss, he was actually developing Reinitz as his inside man. Oh, Reinitz. Developing the head of a country's intelligence agency as his own inside man. Just the thought of it made him a bit excited, the corners of Reinitz's mouth twitched as he shook his head to get rid of this strange thought. He frowned and said, You want me to betray my country? No, I won't do such a thing. Just kill me. Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and said calmly, No, I'm not asking you to betray your country. I don't need any information related to your country, but if you have any news regarding the Japanese, especially regarding their Operation Borrowed Seed, I hope that you will inform me immediately. This matter is very important to us, especially to Nianji, but it has nothing to do with your country's interests. Reinitz understood. Is it information related to the Japanese's Operation Borrowed Seed? Yes. Hua Xiaoheng looked down and opened a document on his laptop. He opened it for Reinitz to see. If you agree, sign your name on this Memorandum of Understanding for a cooperation agreement. There was a printer in the study, so Hua Xiaoheng printed out the English version of the Memorandum of Understanding in duplicate for Reinitz to sign. Reinitz quickly read through it and immediately signed his name. This Memorandum of Understanding was beneficial to both of them. With this Memorandum of Understanding, their interactions would be semi-official. Of course, it only stipulated that Reinitz had to fulfill his obligations. Hu Xiaoheng didn't have to do anything for the Gestapo at all. Reinitz had been in a hurry to escape at the time, so he hadn't thought about this issue carefully. It wasn't until he returned to his own country and took out the Memorandum of Understanding to look at it in detail that he discovered Hu Xiaoheng had tampered with it. At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng had already taken Gu Nianji to Cape Town, the second largest city in the southernmost country in Africa. Gu Nianji walked out of the airport and was greeted by a wave of heat that almost made her faint. Hu Xiaoheng supported her with one hand and pushed 2 suitcases with the other as he stood at the entrance of the airport. Nianji, this way. This way. In this country where black people were everywhere, Gu Nianji was very surprised to suddenly hear someone call her name in Mandarin. She turned her head in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome, dark-skinned face giving her a big smile. Brother Zhe. Why are you here? Gu Nianji carefully looked at the person and finally recognized him. It was actually Zhao Liangze. This is the second night watch for the day, chapter 1185, Why are you here? Today is the first day of the double monthly votes for October. Everyone, hurry up and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. 8:00 at night, the third night watch. I'm going to give it my all today. I'll continue with the fourth night watch at 10. Mwah. Chapter 1195. Zhao Liangze grinned and winked at her, then nodded to Hu Xiaoheng and said respectfully, Mr. Hu, you're here. He was on a mission and didn't salute when he saw Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him with a smile. His body was much stronger, and his face was darker than before. However, in Hu Xiaoheng's eyes, he looked much better and more manly than Zhao Liangze used to. Men should be like this. Hu Xiaoheng patted his shoulder. You've worked hard. Zhao Liangze was on the verge of tears at Hu Jinyao's words. He hurriedly blinked his eyes and suppressed the sudden surge of tears. It's not hard. It's what I should do. Zhao Liangze's voice was a little choked. He took a suitcase from Hu Xiaoheng and turned to leave. Follow me, the car is over there. Hu Xiaoheng didn't want Zhao Liangze to pick him up at the airport. However, when they told Zhao Liangze that they were coming to Cape Town, Zhao Liangze insisted on coming to pick them up. Hu Xiaoheng had no choice but to agree when he saw how pitiful Zhao Liangze looked in the video. He had always been a reserved person and would not express his emotions so obviously. However, when others were agitated, he would still give them an appropriate amount of respect. Gu Nianji hadn't seen Zhao Liangze for a long time. She knew he was on a mission, but she didn't know that his mission was in Cape Town. Could it have something to do with her father? However, Zhao Liangze had been away on a mission for several months. How could Hu Xiaoheng have known that her father's whereabouts were related to Cape Town? Gu Nianji couldn't help but glance at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng held her hand and looked at her deeply. His voice was low and magnetic. Would you believe me if I said it was a coincidence? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and said playfully, That's such a coincidence. Hu Xiaoheng curled his lips. His gaze swept past her plump, curvy lips, and he didn't say anything else. Whether it was really a coincidence or not, he would have to investigate to find out. To be honest, the more they investigated, the less hope Hu Xiaoheng had of Gu Xiangwen's survival. However, seeing how excited she was, Hu Xiaoheng couldn't bear to pour cold water on her. They got into the car and sped towards the hotel that Zhao Liangze had booked for them. Cape Town was also an international metropolis facing the Atlantic Ocean. It had a magnificent sea view and many five-star hotels. This time, Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji were disguised as an engaged couple on vacation. Zhao Liangze had helped them choose a very luxurious apartment-style hotel. This apartment-style hotel was called Low Hill, and it was located near Victoria Beach. Each apartment had its own small outdoor swimming pool, and the interior design was modern and minimalist. It was low-key yet luxurious, and the details were exquisite. Hu Xiaoheng had a feeling that Gu Nianji would like this style. As expected, when Zhao Liangzi drove them to the apartment, Gu Nianji's eyes widened. The houses here are so beautiful. Gu Nianji spread her arms, closed her eyes, and looked up at the sky to take a deep breath. Even the air was salty and fresh, unique to the sea breeze. The sky was dark blue, without a single cloud. Where the sea met the sky, it was so blue that one couldn't even see the boundary. The entire apartment area was built on the bay. Looking up, one could see the blue sky, and looking down, one could see the clear water. There were tropical banana trees planted on the fine white sand by the door. What was even rarer was that the outdoor swimming pool didn't have the pungent smell of chlorine. Zhao Liangzi saw Gu Nianji staring intently at the small swimming pool in the courtyard and smiled. I heard that the pool water here is brought directly from the Atlantic Ocean. The water is changed every day, so it's very clean and hygienic without chlorine. Gu Nianji understood this principle well. She understood it very well. She nodded, happy but also a little regretful. It's a pity that the swimming pool is too small. Is this a swimming pool? I think it's a spa. Tub. You can also use it as a spa. Tub, there's a heating button here. When you want to take a hot bath at night, just turn it on to warm it up. This apartment-style hotel was specially chosen by Zhao Liangzi for Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng. Because the rent exceeded the budget, Zhao Liangzi had to pay out of his own pocket. While Hu Xiaoheng went into the room to put the luggage away, Zhao Liangzi touched Gu Nianji's head with emotion. Have fun here with Hu Xiao. Think of it as an early wedding gift from Brother Zhe. Treat it as your honeymoon. He winked at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji blushed and smiled calmly. We're very busy. How can we have time for a honeymoon? Brother Zhe, don't talk nonsense about things that have no shadow. Okay, I'll stop. Zhao Liangzi nodded with a smile and gave her an I understand look. Have a good rest today. I'll take you to my island for a vacation tomorrow. Your island? Hu Xiaoheng's voice sounded behind Zhao Liangzi. Then should I call you the island lord? Zhao Liangzi chuckled and turned to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiao, I just told Nianji to have fun here and treat it as a honeymoon in advance. Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat, but when he saw Gu Nianji look away, he suppressed the thought and slapped Zhao Liangzi. What nonsense are you talking about? We have a mission this time. Zhao Liangzi's cheeky smile immediately disappeared when he mentioned the mission. He almost saluted Hu Xiaoheng. He said seriously, I understand. Hu Xiao, please give me instructions. Don't rush. We'll talk at your base tomorrow. Hu Xiaoheng patted his shoulder meaningfully. You're staying here today. Although he said he was inviting him to stay, his eyes clearly said, if you dare agree, you're dead meat. In fact, the service-style apartment Zhao Liangzi rented for them had 3 bedrooms. It could accommodate 2 more people. But when Zhao Liangzi saw Hu Xiaoheng's eyes, he understood everything. He immediately resumed his cheeky smile and shook his head. No, I'm used to living on an island. It's too comfortable here. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep if it's too noisy at night. As he spoke, he already ran away with a smile before Hu Xiaoheng raised an eyebrow and kicked him. As he ran, he waved in the air without looking back. He shouted, Nianji. Rest well. I'll pick you up tomorrow. He ran out of the apartment area and walked along the narrow bridge over the sea to the parking lot. He got into the car and quickly drove out. As soon as he drove onto the main road, Zhao Liangzi suddenly saw a tall woman in a red dress in the rearview mirror. The red dress fluttered in the wind and was very eye-catching in the blue sky and clear water. In a flash, he saw the woman's face. She was wearing large sunglasses, and only her tall nose and bright red lips could be seen. She was so plump that she didn't look like an Asian. That figure, that face, it looked so familiar. Zhao Liangze was shocked and hurriedly braked. When he looked in the rearview mirror again, the woman in the red dress had disappeared. His heart was pounding, and he was so nervous that his hands and feet were sweating. His breathing was rapid, and for a moment, he felt weak in his legs and almost couldn't drive. Why did that woman look so much like Bai Shuang, who often appeared in his dreams? Could it be that what he thought about during the day was what he dreamed about at night? Zhao Liangze calmed himself down before stepping on the accelerator and continuing to drive forward. This apartment-style hotel was located in the suburbs near the sea and belonged to the upscale wealthy area. However, the urban area couldn't be compared to the wealthy areas in the suburbs. The streets were bumpy, and the houses were dilapidated. Occasionally, there were a few tall convention and exhibition centers that supported the facade. Cape Town's current appearance was like a microcosm of the country. Once a developed country, it was now inferior to even a third-rate country. Zhao Liangze drove uneasily and entered the main road leading out of the city to the harbor. After driving for a while, he saw the woman in the red dress get out of a taxi again. She carried a delicate Chanel bag and stood on the side of the road looking at her phone. At this moment, a black man suddenly rushed over on a skateboard from behind. As he passed by the woman in the red dress, he quickly reached out and snatched her phone. "Give it back to me." The woman blurted out in Mandarin, then changed it to English, "Help." Most of the passers-by were black. Everyone looked at her coldly, and no one chased after the robber who ran away on the skateboard. Zhao Liangze saw that the woman was still chasing after him in high heels, and he couldn't help it anymore. He stepped on the accelerator and chased after her with a bang. This was the third update for today, Chapter 1186, Enemies on a Narrow Road. Today was the first day of double monthly votes in October. Everyone, hurry up and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. At 10 p.m., the fourth update. I'm going all out today. Fourth update. Where's my guaranteed monthly votes? Oh. Chapter 1196. The black man on the skateboard held the phone of the woman in the red dress in his hand and ran quickly on the sidewalk by the side of the road. But no matter how fast he was not as fast as a car. Especially since Zhao Liangze was the backbone of the Special Operations Forces. Although his performance in action was not as impressive as his computer performance, he was still much better than the average ordinary person. He was weak, but in comparison, he was only slightly weaker in a row of Special Forces soldiers with incredible mobility. Zhao Liangze's driving skills could be said to be second only to his computer skills. The streets of Cape Town were very spacious, but there were also many cars on the road, and many drivers did not like to drive according to traffic rules. They always rushed forward at red lights and stopped randomly at green lights. There was often an 18-wheeler truck parked in the middle of the street to unload. Because the driver was not skilled enough, it was impossible to park the 18-wheeler neatly on the side of the road. In short, most people in this city drove cars as casually as they rode bicycles, therefore, the people who were affected were those who really followed the traffic rules. Zhao Liangze had been here for several months. He had panicked at first, but now he could slip between the gaps of the cars without batting an eyelid. He brushed past the 18-wheeler parked in the middle of the road with a whoosh, bringing up a layer of khaki-colored smoke, but he could wave his hand without taking away a speck of dust. He had reached the entrance of an alley in front of him. On both sides were rows of sword-leaf-shaped aloes with thick, fleshy skin and bright white flowers. The black man on the skateboard drove the skateboard to rush over. Just as he was about to slide into the alley, a khaki-colored jeep rushed over from who knows where. There was an ear-piercing sound of emergency braking, and the jeep's body suddenly made a 90-degree turn, blocking the entrance of the alley. The black man on the skateboard did not expect a car to suddenly rush out and block the road. As soon as he turned around, he saw that in front of him was not the alley passage he was used to, but a jeep as thick as a tank. Ah! The black man who had snatched the phone let out an earth-shattering scream, and his entire body crashed into the side of the jeep. At that moment, Zhao Liangzi leaned over and kicked the door out at the same time. The door sprung open and crashed into the dark-skinned man who had not stopped in time. The black man was dizzy from his own inertia and the force of the door's opening. He fell to the ground on his back with a thud. He saw stars and couldn't get up for a long time. Zhao Liangzi got out of the car and walked to the black man's side. He half knelt in front of him and reached out to take the phone away from him. He got up and kicked him. "Trash! You're courting death." As he spoke, he glanced at his phone. He was stunned by what he saw. Although the phone was locked, the picture on the screen was one that he couldn't be more familiar with. It was him, when he was fair and handsome. He seemed to be at a cocktail party. He was wearing an autumn outfit and holding a glass of red wine in his hand. He leaned against the railing of the balcony and smiled at the people beside him. She didn't know who the person next to her was, but the angle of the photo was very good. His straight nose, angular lips, and thick, long eyelashes were all clearly visible. It was obvious that the camera had zoomed in to take the photo. On the screen, his fair skin was so close, but there was still no flaw. After looking at it for a long time, he almost didn't recognize the person in the screensaver. Was it really him? F***ck. He had such a fair and handsome time. Zhao Liangzi's emotions were extremely complicated. Just as he was about to put away his phone and look for the woman in the red dress, he heard a very familiar voice behind him. "Thank you for helping me catch the thief." It was authentic British English. He could recognize that voice even with his eyes closed. It was Bai Shuang's. Zhao Liangzi suddenly turned around and looked at Bai Shuang. Under the blue sky of Cape Town, the sun was scorching, and the green aloes were quietly blooming on the street. The two people who hadn't seen each other since Gu Nianji's graduation ceremony party before the spring festival met again on the streets of a foreign country. Bai Shuang also seemed to be surprised to see Zhao Liangzi. When she saw that he was holding her phone in his hand, she suddenly seemed to remember something. Her face suddenly flushed, and she suddenly reached out her hand. "Give me back my phone." Zhao Liangzi gripped the phone and saw the woman who often appeared in his dreams. For a moment, he had mixed feelings. He stared at Bai Shuang for a few minutes before putting the phone in her open palm and saying, "Why are you here? Why do you care?" As soon as Bai Shuang saw him, she remembered the scene of him kissing Bai Yuan, and her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. She thought she could let go of him. This man didn't like her even when she pursued him, but liked her cousin. After she found out, she resolutely cut off all contact with him. She traveled overseas, did volunteer work, and tossed and turned, forcibly uprooting him from the bottom of her heart. But as soon as she saw him and saw his indescribable gaze, she immediately threw away her armor and had nowhere to hide. It turned out that he had never left her heart. She had only locked him tightly inside with a door, pretending that she had lost the key and could no longer open the door. She had never thought about what she would do if Zhao Liangzi opened the door himself and walked out. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhao Liangzi's mind in an instant. But at this time, his body reacted more directly and faster than his brain. As soon as he put the phone back in Bai Shuang's hand, he took her hand and pulled her into his arms. He hugged her tightly and lowered his head to kiss her. Bai Shuang originally wanted to struggle, but Zhao Liangzi seemed to have taken some kind of medicine. His entire body had become much stronger than before, and the arms holding her were filled with great strength that made her surrender. He was no longer the handsome, fair-skinned man from before, but she still liked and loved him. No matter what he had become, she found that she couldn't let go of him. Not long after, Bai Shuang's struggle gradually weakened. Her arms involuntarily wrapped around Zhao Liang's waist, and her lips responded to his kiss. The black man on the ground who had been knocked down watched this scene speechlessly and cursed inwardly. What the f*ck? He climbed up from the ground and limped away with the skateboard in his arms. Zhao Liangze immediately stopped kissing. He held Bai Shuang tightly in his arms with one hand and suddenly pulled out a pistol with the other. He aimed it at the black man and said coldly, "Stop. Hands up." The black man was so scared that he trembled. His knees were sore and weak. He knelt on the ground and raised his hands. Bai Shuang was fascinated by Zhao Liang's sudden domineering and heroic posture. She stared at him intently and couldn't help but snuggle up to him. Zhao Liang's face was fierce as he pointed the gun at the black man's head and said coldly, "If I see you stealing from others again, my gun is not to be trifled with." This is today's fourth update, Chapter 1187, Where Your Heart Goes. Today is the first day of the double monthly votes in October. Everyone, hurry up and vote for your guaranteed monthly votes. I'm going all out today. Fourth update. Don't be careless and vote for your guaranteed monthly votes. Chapter 1197. The black man who had snatched Bai Shuang's phone was so scared that he peed himself. He held his head and crawled on the street, begging for mercy. Bai Shuang felt sorry for him again. She tugged at Zhao Liang's shirt and whispered, "Forget it. Just get the phone back." Zhao Liangzi glanced at her, put away the gun, and still held her hand. "Get in the car." He opened the door and stuffed Bai Shuang into the car, then closed the door and got into the driver's seat from the other side. The jeep made a toot-toot sound and quickly sped up, leaving behind a trail of dust. After the excitement of their first encounter, the two of them felt awkward in the car, and neither of them said a word. Zhao Liangzi drove all the way to the main street. When he was about to turn back to the dock, he suddenly remembered that he couldn't take Bai Shuang there. He turned the steering wheel and drove to the hotel in the center of Cape City. The hotel in the suburbs was actually more upscale and luxurious, but Zhao Liangzi didn't plan to stay there because Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji were staying there. He couldn't let Bai Shuang know that Hu Xiaoheng was also in Cape Town. Hu Xiaoheng was on a secret mission, and Bai Shuang was an acquaintance of Hu Xiaoheng. If they met, even if nothing happened, it would still be a leak to Zhao Liangzi. When he first met Bai Shuang, although he was overwhelmed with admiration, years of strict training still made his mind tense. Bai Shuang couldn't help herself from the first encounter, but now that she had regained her composure, she not only felt embarrassed but also very angry. She kept a straight face and didn't speak along the way. Suddenly, she saw the road ahead change and seemed to turn back. "Where are you going?" Bai Shuang couldn't help but ask. Zhao Liangzi glanced at her. "Where do you live? Are you traveling to Cape Town?" Bai Shuang pouted. "It's none of your business. Let me out of the car. I'll take you back to the hotel." Zhao Liangzi remembered that he had just met Bai Shuang in the city, so he naturally assumed that Bai Shuang should be staying in a hotel in the city center. Bai Shuang frowned. "If you take me back to the hotel, please turn around. I don't live here." "You don't live here?" Zhao Liangzi stepped on the brakes in surprise. "Then why did you get off in a taxi in the city center?" Bai Shuang was stunned. "You saw me. I thought it was you." Zhao Liangzi smiled. "You were wearing sunglasses, so I didn't dare to recognize you. I was afraid it would be awkward." "You make it sound like it's not awkward anymore." Bai Shuang rolled her eyes. "I'm going to the convention center in the city to participate in an event. I'm not staying there." Who can stand living in the heart of the city? Is it fun to listen to gunfights every night? She asked Zhao Liangzi, why are you here? Zhao Liangzi smiled and did not answer Bai Shuang's question. He only said, where do you live? I'll take you there. You can put me down here. I still have to participate in the event. Bai Shuang didn't say where she lived. Seeing that Zhao Liangzi didn't even answer her question, she felt even more bored and patted the car door. As for where I live, you don't have to worry about it. Zhao Liangzi held the steering wheel with one hand and stopped the car on the side of the road. His other hand reached over and rested on the passenger seat where Bai Shuang was sitting. He frowned and said, Bai Shuang, let's talk. What's there to talk about? Bai Shuang still turned her head away and didn't look at him. My cousin is your girlfriend, and now you're provoking me again. Do you think I'm cheap, so you came to bully me? Bai Shuang. Zhao Liangzi shouted. I was wrong just now. You don't have to say that about yourself. I'm cheap. I'm cheap. Is that enough? What do you mean by that? Bai Shuang turned her head and looked at him angrily. You're the cheap one. When she liked him, he kept her distance. When she was about to let go, he leaned in again. It was me. Zhao Liangzi pursed his lips. I let your cousin down. Ha, now you think of letting your girlfriend down. Zhao Liangzi, you're good. Bai Shuang laughed at Zhao Liangzi's words. Unfortunately, if you want to be the person who betrays her, don't ask me to cooperate with you. I won't be willing to be cheap with you. Are you done talking? Zhao Liangzi was angered by Bai Shuang's words. He let go of the steering wheel and rushed in front of Bai Shuang. He grabbed her shoulder and said angrily, since the day you saw me with your cousin. I haven't seen her again. Only then did he remember that he was also on a mission. It was taboo to run into an acquaintance while on a mission. Either he had to think of a reasonable reason immediately, or he had to report it to his superiors. Zhao Liangzi looked extremely conflicted for a moment. But in Bai Shuang's eyes, she felt that Zhao Liangzi was still wavering between her and her sister. She was furious. Let go of me. Bai Shuang's face darkened. I'll pretend nothing happened. You don't have to be conflicted, and I won't keep you company. Get out. She pushed Zhao Liangzi away, turned around, and found the handle on the car door. She pushed it outward and the door opened. She breathed a sigh of relief and quickly got out of the car. She immediately hailed a taxi and went to the convention center in front. Zhao Liangzi couldn't explain, but he couldn't ignore it. After thinking for a long time, he called Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, the phone rang for a while before Hua Xiaoheng picked up. Little Zay. What's wrong? What's the matter? It's like this. Zhao Liangzi gritted his teeth. On my way back, I saw someone's phone being robbed, so I went to help and got her phone back. In the end, that person was Bai Shuang. As soon as Zhao Liangzi said it, Hua Xiaoheng understood. It wasn't like he would be a busybody just because he saw someone's phone being robbed, right? He must have seen that the person was Bai Shuang or looked like Bai Shuang, so he went to help get the phone back. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled. What's wrong? Isn't it a good thing to meet an old friend in a foreign land? Why do you sound unhappy? I kissed her, Zhao Liangzi said sullenly. Then she scolded me, and we parted on bad terms. Hua Xiaoheng should have sympathized with him, but a smile climbed uncontrollably onto his cheeks. He wore a Bluetooth headset and made seafood fried rice for Gu Nianji in the kitchen in front of the induction cooker. He said casually, you deserve to be scolded, but I should actually slap you. That's not what I meant. Zhao Liangzi was so distressed that he was incoherent. Actually, what I meant was that she knew I left on a mission, and then she saw me here. Hua Xiaoheng's hand paused. He put down the spatula and walked to the door. Looking at the vast blue Atlantic Ocean, his mind raced as he said, "Tell me honestly, what exactly did you say to her? Don't leave out a single word. Do you hear me?" "Yes, Chief." Zhao Liangzi was shocked and quickly repeated the conversation he had with Bai Shuang just now without missing a word. When he recounted the debate between him and Bai Shuang about, "You're cheap or I'm cheap," Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. "You two are so childish." Hua Xiaoheng calmly turned back, turned off the fire, and scooped out the seafood fried rice. He made a decision and said to Zhao Liangzi, "Then what do you think? Are you going to choose between two girlfriends? You can't have a foot in both boats." Zhao Liangzi reflexively retorted, "Bai Yueran and I aren't considered boyfriend and girlfriend yet." "No, I thought you guys had already decided." Hua Xiaoheng took out the steak he had just bought and fried it in the pan with butter. The sound of sizzling rang out in the kitchen, accompanied by the aroma of butter that spread throughout the hall. Gu Nianji went to her room to clean up, took a shower, and changed into a summer t-shirt and hot pants. She walked out of the room with her long legs bare. She almost followed the aroma of food to the kitchen. "Hua Xiao, dinner is ready." Gu Nianji was delighted to see a bowl of seafood fried rice placed on the dining table in the dining room. The dining room and kitchen were actually a suite, with the kitchen inside and the dining room outside. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, she could still see the white spots on the sea. The afterglow of the setting sun and the sparkling seawater were like pieces of gold dancing in her eyes. Occasionally, one or two dolphins could be seen leaping high from the bottom of the sea and naughtily chasing each other on the surface. "It's so beautiful here." Gu Nianji sighed. She was so fascinated by the view that she didn't even care to eat her favorite seafood fried rice. Hua Xiaoheng heard movement and turned to see that Gu Nianji had already arrived. His gaze lingered on her long bare legs for a moment. Zhao Liangzi was still yelling over the phone. "We didn't make a deal. I just kissed her, and you sent me to this godforsaken island. We didn't even have time to say anything." Hua Xiaoheng withdrew his gaze and turned to Zhao Liangzi on the other end of the phone. "Little Zhe, you have to resolve the matter between Bai Shuang and Bai Yueran as soon as possible. Are you still a man if you procrastinate? You have to be honest and don't play tricks. Be careful of your style problems, and no one can save you if that happens." Zhao Liangzi's heart trembled when he heard this, and he quickly said, "Hua Xiao, I don't have that kind of guts. I really like Bai Shuang. I'll make it clear to Bai Yueran after the mission." Zhao Liangzi was also stunned when he heard this. So this was what he really meant, and his true feelings. He had pursued love for so long, but he had never recognized his own heart. Rationally, he knew that Bai Yueran was a better partner, but emotionally, he couldn't help but favor Bai Shuang, and he couldn't even control it. Hua Xiaoheng flipped the steak in the pan and fried it until it was medium done. He said, "But if you want to be with Bai Shuang, do you only want to date her once, or do you want to marry her?" Zhao Liangzi asked. "Is there a difference?" "Of course there is." Hua Xiaoheng said bluntly, "You know what crime Bai Shuang's father committed, right? Such a person can't pass the background check. Do you know to what extent Big Xiong's fiancée, Ma Qiqi, went through the background check? To what extent?" Zhao Liangzi was nervous and felt like he couldn't breathe. How could he have forgotten about the background check, for generations, all relatives within 5 years? Zhao Liangzi's heart sank. If he decided to be with Bai Shuang and marry her, she would definitely not pass the background check. Then he could only retire from the army, although if he retired from the army, he could easily find another job. He could even not look for a job and directly start his own company. With his computer skills, he could be very successful no matter what he did. But he didn't want to retire from the army. He liked his current job very much. He liked it so much that this job was worthy of being the first in his heart. If anything conflicted with this job, he would give up other things and keep this job. But now it was Bai Shuang who conflicted with his job. She was the first woman he truly fell in love with in his 28 years of life. On one side was the important task of protecting the country, and on the other side was the lover he loved. How should he choose? This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1188, Choice. Today is the second day of October's double monthly votes. Everyone, hurry up and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. The second update will be at 1 p.m., and the third update will be at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to the leader, I am Master Rashi, for tipping 100,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to the leader Enigma Yangxi for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1198. Zhao Liangzi held the phone in his hand, speechless. Hu Xiaoheng didn't rush him and continued frying his steak. When the steak was done, Zhao Liangzi muttered, I need to think about it. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and said expressionlessly, you still want to? I think you should stop thinking about it. If you think too much, you'll get dizzy the moment you see Bai Shuang. If this happened in ancient times, you would be a muddle-headed ruler. Zhao Liangzi was already feeling gloomy, but when he heard Hu Xiaoheng's words, he immediately exploded and said indignantly, how can I be a fatuous ruler? At most, he's a sycophant. He narrowed his eyes unkindly. Are you saying that I'm a fatuous ruler? Zhao Liangzi chuckled. Whoever said that knows. I didn't say anything. Hu Xiao, how could you be a fatuous ruler in ancient times? You are the kind of person with great wisdom, courage, and unparalleled resourcefulness, the regent. I'm your elite soldier. Since he could joke around, he should be fine. Hu Xiaoheng didn't want his subordinates to work with emotions. He smiled and said, all right, I'll wait for my elite soldiers to help me expand my territory. All right, it's getting late, you should go back. Zhao Liangzi was about to agree when he suddenly remembered something and said, Mr. Hu, Bai Shuang also seems to be staying in a hotel in the wealthy district in the suburbs. I'm worried that you'll meet. There were only 2 upper-class hotels in Cape Town, some in the city center and the rest in the wealthy suburbs. Just now, Zhao Liangzi had tried to find out where Bai Shuang lived, and Bai Shuang had clearly said that she didn't live in the city center, so she could only live in the same district as Hu Xiaoheng and the others. Although this district was huge, no one knew if they would meet again. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it. Go back to the island first and arrange your work for the next few days. Bring your luggage to me tomorrow morning. Let's discuss our next step. Yes, Chief. Zhao Liangzi quickly agreed and drove to the harbor. He got on his yacht and drove back to the island. After spending a few months in this place, not only had Zhao Liangzi's driving skills improved tremendously, but his ability to sail a boat had also improved tremendously. Hu Xiaoheng turned off his Bluetooth headset and carried his plate to the dining room. Gu Nianji's seafood fried rice was still untouched on the dining table. She propped her head up with her hand and stared out the French windows at the seascape. Hu Xiaoheng sat down across from her and knocked on the table with a smile. Let's eat. We'll watch after that. Gu Nianji rubbed her temples and turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng with a smile. Are you done with the call? It's Brother Zhe. Did he meet Bai Shuang? Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to hide it from her, so he nodded and shook his head as he cut the steak for himself. Little Zhe isn't as straightforward as Big Xiong. He's a drag when it comes to relationships. Gu Nianji was speechless. Is this what you call being sloppy about a relationship? She pouted and scooped herself a small bowl of fried rice with a spoon. Brother Zhe is his first love. It's normal for him to not realize who he likes. How is this a drag? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and remembered her first love, class rep, Mei Xiaowen. His eyes flashed, but he didn't want to argue with her about this. He quietly changed the topic. Actually, I don't care who they're dating, but as their superior, I have an obligation to remind them of the conditions for marriage. Conditions? Gu Nianji frowned. What conditions? Background check. People like us have to submit a marriage report for approval before we can go through the formalities. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and smiled. Big Xiong's marriage application is still lying in my office. Oh. Gu Nianji was surprised. Is there a problem with Chi-Chi's background check? It shouldn't be, right? Yes, there's no problem with her. We checked 4 generations of her family, as well as relatives within 5 generations. If her immediate family has a criminal record, her background check will be rejected immediately. If a non-immediate family member has a criminal record, it needs to be reported, but it won't affect the approval. Gu Nianji suddenly understood. I understand. Bai Shuang definitely can't do it because her father committed treason. TSK, Brother Zhe really likes challenges. Bai Yueran doesn't have that much trouble. She's now the Prime Minister's daughter. Bai Shuang's father was only Bai Yueran's uncle, so he was not an immediate family member. Bai Yuxing's crime wouldn't affect Bai Yueran. Bai Yueran had personally reported Bai Yuxing's eradication. This was a major meritorious act and also a plus for her. Bai Shuang was different. She knew her father had committed treason, but she didn't report him. She even met up with her father and lived abroad for a period of time. This was almost like an accomplice, so she would lose points. In short, although their criteria for background checks were only the immediate family members, all the circumstances of non-immediate family members also needed to be investigated and recorded. Hua Xiaoheng slowly explained the content and criteria of the background check to Gu Nianji. When the two of them ate, they always followed the principle of, don't talk while eating, don't talk while sleeping. But living in this apartment-style hotel, the scenery outside was too beautiful, and the atmosphere was too harmonious. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't so strict with Gu Nianji. But after Gu Nianji asked, she didn't speak again. Her big eyes flickered, and she silently ate her favorite seafood fried rice. The serviced apartment they lived in had a kitchen that could cook, and there was a supermarket nearby where they could buy fresh ingredients and cooking spices. After Zhao Liangzi left, the two of them went to the supermarket to buy daily necessities for a few days, as well as drinking water, semi-finished ingredients, and rice. Hua Xiaoheng's cooking skills were indisputable. Gu Nianji ate 3 bowls in one go before reluctantly putting down the bowl and chopsticks. I'm full. Hua Xiao, do you want coffee or tea? Gu Nianji stood up and went to the kitchen to make a drink. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. It wasn't yet 6 o'clock, so it was still early. It wasn't time to sleep. Give me a cup of mocha, no sugar needed. Hua Xiaoheng took the plates to the kitchen dishwasher and turned on the automatic mode to let the dishwasher do its job. He went to the balcony outside and sat down. He picked up the local English newspaper provided by the apartment and began reading. Gu Nianji found the coffee machine and studied it for a while before making a cup of mocha and a cup of cappuccino. She placed the 2 coffee cups on the tray and placed the mocha in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, try this. I made it myself. Mocha was a drink made by mixing coffee and cocoa powder. It wasn't pure black coffee, so drinking it wouldn't cause insomnia. Hua Xiaoheng picked it up and tasted it. He nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Gu Nianji drank the cappuccino and kept her eyes on Hua Xiaoheng's face. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the newspaper nonchalantly and said calmly. You have something to say? Gu Nianji was speechless. She originally wanted to deny it, but when she thought that she did have something to say, she could only rub her nose awkwardly and whisper, Xiao, you can even handle my background check. Can't you help brothers, eh? She had already signed the marriage contract with Xiaoheng, which meant that the previous conditions should have been met. The most important of those conditions was the background check. Gu Nianji knew her own situation. Just the father's whereabouts alone could make her background check stuck at this stage. If she couldn't pass the background check, she and Xiaoheng could forget about getting married. However, deep down, Gu Nianji still didn't approve of this wedding, so she hadn't thought much about it before. Xiaoheng had used Gu Nianji's background check as a condition to bargain with the military bosses before agreeing to go to New York to save Tan Guiren. Faced with Gu Nianji's request, Xiaoheng pursed his lips and said calmly, "No one in your family has a criminal record, so your situation isn't difficult to investigate. However, Bai Shuang's situation is different. Her and her father's situation is more complicated, so I can't guarantee it. The only one with a criminal record was Gu Yanran, but she didn't even have adoption papers." Xiaoheng wouldn't recognize Gu Yanran as Gu Nianji's immediate family. "Is that so?" Gu Nianji's eyes flashed with some regret. "Actually, Bai Shuang is not bad." Xiaoheng smiled and said, "I'm sitting here, but you only care about others. Nianji, you really know how to waste time." This was the second night watch for the day, Chapter 1189, Wasting Time. Today was the second day of the double monthly votes for October. Everyone, hurry up and vote for your guaranteed monthly votes. Today was also Monday, so everyone forgot their recommendation tickets. It was 8:00 at night. Mwah. Chapter 1199. A Waste of Time. Gu Nianji looked at Xiaoheng with a face full of question marks. Xiaoheng put one hand on her shoulder and pulled her over. He leaned over and kissed her on the lips. His deep voice was slightly hoarse as he said, "So this is what cappuccino tastes like." Gu Nianji suddenly realized that she couldn't keep up with Xiaoheng's train of thought. Is there a difference? Isn't it about the same as your mocha?" Gu Nianji stammered as a tingling sensation swept over her plump lips. "About the same. I think it's a long way off." Xiaoheng spoke with his lips pressed against hers. "Try mine if you don't believe me." Gu Nianji was bewitched by his low, husky voice. She involuntarily stuck out the tip of her tongue and stuck it on Xiaoheng's lips before quickly retracting it. "Cappuccino is coffee with vanilla, and mocha is coffee with black cocoa." Gu Nianji murmured and was caught off guard as Xiaoheng swept his tongue into her lips again to taste the vanilla coffee. Gu Nianji's scalp tingled as he sucked on the tip of her tongue. She tried to push him away and said, "That's enough." "Not enough." Xiaoheng chuckled in her ear. "It's not enough no matter how much I eat. Let's go inside and continue eating." It was actually a very normal sentence, but when Xiaoheng said it in such a manner and tone, it was truly indescribable. That night, Gu Nianji was repeatedly tasted by Xiaoheng until dawn. Zhao Liangsa almost didn't sleep on the island all night. As soon as he closed his eyes, he remembered the kiss with Bai Shuang during the day. It was like he had finally gotten what he wanted after a long time, but it was also like he was caught off guard. He couldn't tell when his feelings for Bai Shuang had begun. He only knew that that day in the parking lot, when Bai Yueran suddenly pounced on him and kissed him, he didn't feel excited at all. Instead, he felt like he had put an end to his year-long pursuit. He was like a traveler who had traveled a long distance on a pilgrimage, only to find that it wasn't the Holy Land he had hoped for when he reached the end. However, the kiss with Bai Shuang during the day made him want more. Not only was he so excited that he couldn't control himself, but he also wanted to continue. Perhaps love was like this. It seemed to require conditions to be piled up, but when it came to reality, it was completely uncontrolled by reason. The feeling of his body couldn't lie. And love, from the very beginning, was originally an attraction based on the nature of hormones. But to be with Bai Shuang forever, this was really not an ordinary difficulty. For a moment, Zhao Liangze hated Bai Shuang's father, Bai Yuxing. When he fled to another country, did he think that his actions would not only harm the innocent field personnel, but also his only daughter? Because of him, Bai Shuang lost her job, and now she was about to lose her love. But then again, her situation was much better than those field personnel because she did not lose her life. For people, what could be more important than their lives? Thinking of this, Zhao Liangze felt the uncontrollable excitement recede a little. Years of education and training in the military made him unable to remain indifferent to this kind of thing. Standing on the balcony of the room, facing the vast coastline, he smoked for the whole night. Early in the morning, a red sun emerged from the horizon, illuminating the entire sea in a flash. The dark clouds that had shrouded the night dispersed, revealing the blue sky and white clouds, clear water, and red sun. Countless strong colors assaulted one's face, dazzling and almost making one colorblind. Zhao Liangze had seen this scene many times, but every time he saw it, he couldn't help but marvel. But today, his mind was full of Bai Shuang, and he was distracted by the beautiful sunrise on the sea in front of him. A few seagulls flew by and cut through the sky in front of his eyes. Zhao Liangze came back to his senses, threw the cigarette butt in his hand into the trash can in the corner of the balcony, and waved his fist at the sky a few times. Smelling the smell of smoke all over his body, he curled his lips in disgust and went back to his room to take a shower, change his clothes, and carry the suitcase he packed last night to find Hu Xiaoheng. At 7:00 in the morning, Gu Nianji was sleeping soundly in Hu Xiaoheng's arms. She had been exhausted again yesterday. Hu Xiaoheng opened his eyes and kissed her cheek with pity. "I want to sleep, don't be noisy." Gu Nianji pushed him with her hand and tried to turn over, but Hu Xiaoheng held her in place and couldn't move. She struggled for a moment and found that she couldn't break free, so she gave up. Hu Xiaoheng let out a few low chuckles. The laughter was full of magnetism and plucked at Gu Nianji's heartstrings, comforting her even in her sleep. She gradually calmed down and relaxed her brows in the crook of Hu Xiaoheng's arm. Hu Xiaoheng massaged her legs, then her waist, and finally her shoulders. Overwork required appropriate relaxation, and his physical strength was still a little unbearable for her. Gu Nianji slept even more deeply, and her breathing was soft and long. Her long eyelashes were like 2 rows of small fans, covering the faint bruises under her eyes. Hu Xiaoheng's heart softened uncontrollably. He leaned over and kissed her eyelids. His movements were gentle and delicate, like a dragonfly skimming the water. He didn't wake her up. Hu Xiaoheng took a deep breath, lifted the quilt, and got out of bed. He went outside to swim 50 laps in the pool to vent his morning energy. He climbed out of the pool dripping wet, and the sun just happened to shine on him, enveloping his body in golden light. Hu Xiaoheng came out of the pool and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. He had just finished making breakfast when Gu Nianji finished washing up and came out. Zhao Liangze also came with his suitcase. Hu Xiaoheng placed 3 sets of breakfast on the table and said dryly, "You two really know how to pick the right time." Zhao Liangze and Gu Nianji looked at each other innocently and said inexplicably, "Doesn't everyone have breakfast at this time? You also have to pick the right time." Yes, all the breakfast restaurants in the country open at this time." Hu Xiaoheng glanced at them. "You two are singing the same tune. You two have quite a good chemistry. Of course, don't you know whose apprentice she is?" Zhao Liangze laughed heartily and seemed to be in a good mood. Gu Nianji also pursed her lips and smiled. She picked up the milk and took a sip, leaving a layer of white milk foam on her upper lip. Hu Xiaoheng casually picked up a tissue from the table and naturally wiped the milk foam on her upper lip. Gu Nianji didn't resist and casually tilted her head to let him wipe. Their actions were indescribably harmonious and loving. Zhao Liangzi threw away his knife and fork and said angrily, "I'm full just looking at the public display of affection so early in the morning. I'm not eating, I'm going for a morning run." There was a piece of toast that had just been baked on his plate, but he only ate one bite before putting it down. Coming out of the small courtyard of the apartment-style hotel where Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji were staying, the air was fresh and the temperature was neither too hot nor too cold. Zhao Liangzi decided to go for a morning run first. He took long strides and ran around the sidewalk of the hotel area. Not long after, a woman in a red tracksuit also ran over from the other side of the sidewalk. The two brushed past each other on the road and stopped at the same time. "It's you. It's you. What a coincidence, we meet again," Zhao Liangzi said faintly as he looked at Bai Shuang in front of him and narrowed his eyes. This was the third update of the day, chapter 1190, What a Coincidence. Today was the second day of the double monthly votes for October, so everyone should quickly cast their guaranteed monthly votes. Today was also Monday, so everyone had forgotten their recommended votes. Mwah. Chapter 1200. Bai Shuang had wanted to greet him, but when she saw Zhao Liangzi's attitude, she turned around and continued running, pretending not to see him. When Zhao Liangzi saw this, he ran backwards and ran alongside Bai Shuang. He smiled and said, "Are you angry? I was just expressing my surprise. Cape Town is so big, but we met twice in 2 days. If it's not fate, then what is it?" Bai Shuang frowned. She didn't even look at him as she coldly said, "I'm not worthy. You'd better stay away and let me have a good morning run." As she spoke, she quickened her running speed. Zhao Liangzi ran backwards. Of course, he couldn't run as fast as Bai Shuang, so he quickly fell behind. He didn't want to chase after her. He turned around and slowly changed from running to walking. He stared at the red figure in front of him in a daze. When Bai Shuang was out of his sight, Zhao Liangzi suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes seemed to be scanning his surroundings. In mid-April, the weather in Cape Town was gradually getting warmer. The afforestation of this wealthy hotel area was done very well. There were green trees everywhere. The scorching sun burned the sky, and thick shadows covered the ground. However, there was no chirping of cicadas. Only the occasional chirping of birds could be heard, making the surroundings seem even quieter. Occasionally, a few Caucasians in sports vests and shorts would run past him and wave the mineral water bottles in their hands at him as a greeting. Zhao Liangzi nodded with a smile and turned to leave. In the restaurant of the apartment-style hotel where they were staying, there was still a portion of breakfast left on the table. Zhao Liangzi had only taken a bite of toast when he went out that morning. Now that he saw the yellow scrambled eggs and the brown bacon, he couldn't help but feel hungry. When one was hungry, everything was delicious. He sat at the dining table and ate all the breakfast on the table before taking the plates to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji sat on the sofa in the living room. It was such a long sofa, yet the two of them had to squeeze together. It was really unsightly. Hu Xiaoheng held Gu Nianji in his arms and turned to watch her play games on her phone. The corners of Zhao Liangzi's mouth twitched as he sat down across from them. He reached out and knocked on the coffee table in front of him. "Hey, you two. It's broad daylight. Watch your manners." Hu Xiaoheng looked up at him. "Didn't you go for a morning jog? It's only been a few minutes and he can't run anymore. Good for nothing. I encountered a special situation." Zhao Liangzi slammed his fist on the coffee table and frowned angrily. "Guess who I just saw? Don't tell me you saw Bai Shuang again." Gu Nianji was playing games on her phone and didn't even raise her head to retort Zhao Liangzi. Zhao Liangzi said, "Prophet, please accept this humble bow." Gu Nianji looked up from her phone game and said in surprise, "It's really Bai Shuang." Hu Xiaoheng also glanced at Zhao Liangze. What a coincidence. Yes, what a coincidence. Tell me, don't you think I'm more fated with her? Zhao Liangze clicked his tongue. That's why I hurried back to inform you. Hu Xiao, you still haven't said what we should do. Bai Shuang discovered Zhao Liangze. To prevent Bai Shuang from finding out about Zhao Liangze's secret mission on the island, Hu Xiaoheng asked Zhao Liangze to move in with them. In this way, if she found out, she could say that she was here to accompany them on vacation. However, Hu Xiaoheng had disguised himself and didn't use his original appearance. If Bai Shuang found out, Hu Xiaoheng would also be exposed. Gu Nianji wasn't in the mood to continue playing games. She exited the program and turned off her phone. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng and then at Zhao Liangze. What should we do? Should the three of us split up? No. Zhao Liangze and Hu Xiaoheng objected together. Gu Nianji pushed Hu Xiaoheng away a little and sat in the corner next to him. She propped her hands on the soft sofa cushion and crossed her long legs. She said disapprovingly, "Then what should we do? Why don't we let Bai Shuang find out? I don't think she's a bad person, so she should be fine." Bai Shuang used to be a relatively high-ranking official in the Huaxia Empire's government, so she still had a sense of confidentiality. Although her father, Bai Yuxing, had committed a crime, she hadn't. But what if she accidentally spilled the beans? Zhao Liangze was also distressed. He always felt that their meeting was too coincidental. Both of them had left the country, and they clearly didn't know each other's whereabouts, but they had met twice in a row in a foreign country thousands of miles away. If this was really fate, Zhao Liangze felt like he could go buy a lottery ticket. Hu Xiaoheng fully acknowledged Zhao Liangze's vigilance. Little Zhe, it's really commendable that you haven't been blinded by the beauty of a woman at a time like this. Hu Xiaoheng nodded at him and praised him with a half-smile. The military has trained you for so many years, and it wasn't for nothing. Hu Xiao, you're just praising yourself for having good taste. Gu Nianji smiled from the side and ridiculed Hu Xiaoheng. Who praises themselves like that? Hu Xiaoheng leaned back on the sofa and crossed his arms in front of his chest. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. I'm telling the truth. If little Zhe goes on like this, I can rest assured letting him be independent. The corners of Zhao Liangze's lips twitched. Hu Xiao, I thought I'd been independent for months. That desolate and uninhabited island was developed bit by bit under his leadership. They could use their own Nanda communication satellite system to access the internet here without worrying about information leakage because of the base station Zhao Liangze had set up on the island. Hu Xiaoheng smiled at him without agreeing or refuting. He turned to Gu Nianji and said thoughtfully, Little Zhe, if you meet Bai Shuang for the third time, you might as well tell her that you're here on vacation with Nianji and acting as her security guard. Tell her to keep it a secret and not tell anyone. Hu Xiaoheng would hide in the dark and observe in secret. He would also find the specific location that Gu Xiangwen's poem referred to. If Bai Shuang really had ulterior motives, he would know who she was going to deal with. Perhaps the person she was going to deal with was Hu Xiaoheng, but Hu Xiaoheng had automatically solved the problem by hiding in the dark. Perhaps the person she was going to deal with was Gu Nianji. It was conceivable that Gu Nianji's whereabouts would be leaked by her. But Hu Xiaoheng was also an expert in anti-tracking. If there really was someone behind Bai Shuang, Hu Xiaoheng could guarantee that they would stay in Cape Town forever. He had always been very bold. Hu Xiaoheng told him the plan, and Zhao Liangze's expression stiffened. There's someone behind Bai Shuang. He emotionally refused to accept this conclusion. Hu Xiaoheng raised his eyelids and glanced at him. I only said it's possible. As for whether this speculation is true or not, it still depends on how Bai Shuang acts. It was best for them to worry unnecessarily, but if there was a 1 in a million possibility that Bai Shuang's purpose in approaching Zhao Liangzi this time wasn't simple, Hu Xiaoheng and the others wouldn't be passively attacked. Gu Nianji frowned. Are we really going to do this? Then Hu Xiao, are you moving away? Since he was going to hide in the dark, he couldn't live with them, right? Hu Xiaoheng shook his head with a chuckle. No, I'm not moving away. But you said that little Zay is here to accompany me on vacation. If you don't move away, how are you going to live? Gu Nianji blinked, confused. In addition to the living room, dining room, and small living room, this apartment-style hotel also had a master bedroom and 2 guest rooms. One guest room was arranged as a study and an audio-visual room, so there were actually only 2 bedrooms that could be lived in. If Zhao Liangzi's identity changed to accompany Gu Nianji on vacation, then Hu Xiaoheng couldn't continue to live here. Gu Nianji didn't want to be separated from Hu Xiaoheng. It wasn't easy for them to have the opportunity to be alone together. Even if they were on a mission together, Gu Nianji still cherished such time together. Hu Xiaoheng enjoyed Gu Nianji's attachment and reluctance to leave him. He wasn't afraid of her making a fuss, nor was he afraid of her making a fuss. He was most afraid that she wouldn't make a fuss with him, wouldn't rely on him, and wouldn't be reluctant to leave him. He smiled and teased Gu Nianji with his eyes. Little Zay will stay in the guest room, and I'll stay with you. Gu Nianji. Didn't you stay with me last night? Was there a need to say it in front of Zhao Liangzi? Zhao Liangzi. Hu Xiao was so cunning. He was using him as a shield to find the theoretical basis to legally move into Gu Nianji's bedroom. Hu Xiaoheng turned a blind eye to their dumbfounded expressions. He stood up from the sofa and said, It's decided. My luggage was in Nianji's room last night anyway, so there's no need to trouble to take it out. Zhao Liangzi rolled his eyes and fell straight back on the sofa. He died with his eyes wide open. I'm already dead. Then, he added. I'll choke on your dog food. Gu Nianji's fair little face instantly blushed. She couldn't help but glare at Hu Xiaoheng, but in Hu Xiaoheng's eyes, her eyes were sparkling and tender, making him unable to help but feel restless. Come, help me pack my luggage. Hu Xiaoheng walked to Gu Nianji's side and pulled her up, almost half dragging her back to the bedroom. Only then did Zhao Liangzi slowly get up from the sofa. He carried his suitcase to the only room that could be occupied and settled down. There was a natural advantage to Hu Xiaoheng's plan. This apartment-style hotel was originally booked for them under Zhao Liangzi's name. When they checked in, Zhao Liangzi also helped them check in. He used some tricks, so the front desk was responsible for checking. The people at IN didn't check Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji's documents at all. This way, even if there was something wrong with Bai Shuang, the people behind her wouldn't know that Hu Xiaoheng had checked in. Of course, it was best if there was nothing wrong with Bai Shuang. Otherwise, Hu Xiaoheng also had hidden concerns. If this matter wasn't handled well, he would lose one of his most powerful right-hand men. Gu Nianji was dragged by Hu Xiaoheng all the way back to the master bedroom. After entering the room, she shook off his hand and said angrily, You're staying here with me. Don't tell me other people don't know. When we checked in yesterday, not many people saw us. I'll pretend to be a driver today and leave first. I'll sneak back in the dead of night. Hu Xiaoheng carried Gu Nianji to the bed and sat down. Leave the window open for me. You're going to climb in through the window. Gu Nianji was so shocked that she didn't even notice what Hu Xiaoheng's hand was doing. This is the first night watch for the day, Chapter 1191, Choked to Death by Public Display of Affection. Today is the 3rd day of October's double monthly votes. Everyone, hurry up and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. Second night watch at 1 p.m., third night watch at 8 p.m. Wax. Chapter 1201. Zhao Liangzi quickly packed his luggage in the guest room and arranged his things as if he were staying at home. He carefully thought about everything that had happened since he met Bai Shuang, as well as Bai Shuang's personality and temper. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Hu Xiaoheng was worrying too much. Bai Shuang wasn't that kind of person. She wouldn't do what her father did. Zhao Liangzi felt that his judgment was right. He raked his hair hard and went out to find Hu Xiaoheng to talk about it again. However, when he pushed the door of the master bedroom, it was closed tightly in broad daylight. It was obvious what was going on inside. Zhao Liangzi sneered and thought to himself that Hu Xiaoheng was intoxicated by his gentleness. Why couldn't he and Bai Shuang really be fated? Of course, he rationally admitted that Hu Xiaoheng's approach was the right one. In their line of work, they actually didn't have that much time and energy for romance. Amorous affair looked extremely beautiful, but every minute and every second could be filled with murderous intent. His mind was a mess. Hu Xiaoheng was busy now and probably didn't have the time to care about him. He simply went back to the guest room and changed into swimming trunks. He wanted to swim in the pool in the yard. As soon as he came to the yard, he saw a woman in a red dress swaying over before he had time to go into the water. This time, her red dress was different. The front was tightly wrapped, but the back was wide open. Her long hair fluttered behind her, blocking the view behind her. But whenever her long hair fluttered in the wind, he could see the view behind her. Zhao Liangzi's heart sank, but his expression didn't change. He first sent a text message to Hu Xiaoheng to tell him that Bai Shuang had arrived, then slowly walked over to the white courtyard gate that was half the height of a person. He whistled at the woman in the red dress who walked over gracefully. "Beauty, would you like to come in for a cup of tea?" The woman in the red dress turned her head. It was Bai Shuang. She frowned and looked unhappy. "Zhao Liangzi, tell me the truth. Were you stalking me?" "Zhao Liangzi. I'm following you." He looked back at his yard, crossed his arms, and smiled lazily. "I live here, and you come to my door and say that I'm following you." The glaring sunlight from the southern hemisphere shone on Zhao Liangzi's dark and shiny skin. It was as if he had been smeared with a layer of oil and was full of masculinity. Strangely enough, the first thing that attracted Bai Shuang to Zhao Liangzi was his fair, handsome, and scholarly appearance. But now that she saw that he was much more robust, Bai Shuang didn't feel that his attractiveness had faded. Instead, he was even more attractive. Bai Shuang narrowed her eyes. "Didn't you know that I was staying here, so you specially booked a suite here to get close to me?" "Zhao Liangzi. Do you really live here? When did you move in?" Zhao Liangzi asked suspiciously. "I booked a room here a long time ago." Bai Shuang sneered and pointed at him more and more. "Go and check it yourself. See when I moved in. Don't look at me like that. It's obvious that you want to two-time me. Don't lie to yourself." Zhao Liangzi leaned against the white courtyard door that was half the height of a person and smiled at Bai Shuang. "You really don't want to come in and sit? There's coffee. I'll make it for you." Bai Shuang pondered for a while and put her hand on her forehead to look at the road ahead. She muttered to herself, "It's still early. I don't have anything to do today, come on then." Zhao Liangzi grabbed Bai Shuang's hand and pushed open the white courtyard door that was half the height of a person. "Are you wearing a swimsuit? Let's swim together." Bai Shuang rolled her eyes. "Swim together? Your swimming pool is only the size of a fart. Don't you know? If you want to swim, you can swim by yourself. I still have something to do. Excuse me." With that, she walked forward with her head held high. Zhao Liangzi didn't stop her, nor did he point out the contradiction in her words. He just continued leaning against the white courtyard door that was half the height of a person and watched Bai Shuang walk away with a smile. It wasn't until he saw Bai Shuang enter the door next to theirs that the smile on Zhao Liang's face faded. This time, he wanted to swim even more. Walking back with his head down, Zhao Liangzi jumped into the swimming pool and swam without a care. In Gu Nianji's bedroom, Hu Xiaoheng saw Zhao Liangzi's text message before he finished. At that moment, he decided that he would never put his phone on the bedside table again. Because Bai Shuang was coming, Hu Xiaoheng had to leave immediately, but at this time, he felt even more that he couldn't leave. Everything about Gu Nianji made him addicted, but the time they spent together was always so short, so he turned it into action and expressed his reluctance to part with her. Hu Xiaoheng left in a hurry. Gu Nianji quickly packed all of Hu Xiaoheng's things into her suitcase and locked them in a padlocked closet. Then she went to the bathroom to take a shower. After showering, she came out to pick out clothes to change into. This time, Hu Xiaoheng had left too many marks on her body. The short-sleeved t-shirt and hot pants she had worn in the morning couldn't be worn anymore. Gu Nianji had to choose a belly-band dress to wear and a small short-sleeved silk cardigan to cover her arms and back. This dress was ankle-length and was the so-called maxi dress. She wore flip-flops with this kind of maxi dress. It looked best in a seashore photo shoot. Gu Nianji spun around in front of the mirror and pushed open the bedroom door with her hair half wet. The living room was quiet and there was no one there. Gu Nianji felt a bit strange. Hu Xiaoheng had just shown her his phone. It was a text message from Zhao Liangzi. Where did he go? Did he go to the guest room where Zhao Liangzi was staying to chat? Gu Nianji thought about it and knocked on the guest room door. Brother Zai. The room was quiet and there was no sound at all. Gu Nianji was puzzled and simply turned the door handle with her hand. She heard a creak and the door actually opened. Zhao Liangzi hadn't locked the door. Gu Nianji peeked into the guest room and saw that there was no one inside. Where did he go? Gu Nianji closed the guest room door and walked out of the living room. She stood at the door. There was only the sound of rushing water in the yard and a dark, shiny figure wandering in the blue water. It was really beautiful. But there was only one person. Gu Nianji lifted her dress and walked out quietly to the pool. She saw that there was only one person swimming in the pool. It was Zhao Liangzi. She looked around but didn't see anyone else. Gu Nianji sat down on the rattan lounge chair by the pool and called Zhao Liangzi. Brother Zai, where is she? Zhao Liangzi felt uncomfortable and swam back and forth more than a dozen times in one go. When he heard someone call him, he looked up and saw Gu Nianji standing by the pool. He nodded at her. Who's here? Who are you looking for? Bai Shuang, didn't you text to say that she was here? Today's second night watch, Chapter 1192, Swimming Together. Today is the third day of the double monthly votes for October. Everyone, hurry up and vote for your guaranteed monthly votes. 8:00 p.m., the third night watch. Mwah. Chapter 1202. Bai Shuang. Zhao Liangzi also dove to the bottom of the pool, then floated up again, his arms splashing water. Gu Nianji quickly took a step back to avoid being splashed. Zhao Liangzi wiped his face and climbed out of the pool. He sat on the edge of the pool and looked at the blue water. He frowned and said, "She didn't come in. She left." Left? Where did she go? Gu Nianji looked at Zhao Liangzi's expression and carefully comforted him. Brother Zai, maybe you two are really fated. Zhao Liangzi nodded with a bitter expression. Yes, we are fated. Doomed. Gu Nianji saw that Zhao Liangzi was in a bad mood, so she quickly changed the subject. Brother Zai, are we going out today? Are there any fun places to introduce? Zhao Liangzi perked up and introduced Gu Nianji to the tourist attractions in Cape Town. This place is near the sea, and most of the attractions are related to the bay. For example, we are familiar with the Cape of Good Hope, Penguin Bay, Seal Island, and by the way, the Stellenbosch wine manor here is very famous. The wine in the cellar is worth a taste. Gu Nianji listened carefully and didn't think there was anything special. Although they had arrived at the place indicated on the map, Cape Town wasn't a small city. Finding the data that Gu Xiangwen had hidden here was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Gu Nianji lowered her head dejectedly. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Zhao Liangzi tilted his head to look at her. I'm not unhappy. Why are you unhappy? He then teased her. Is it because Alex left? If something went wrong outside, they wouldn't call each other by their real names. Alex was Hu Xiaoheng's alias when he was on a mission outside. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes at him. Please, we are here for serious business. Can you not smile so wretchedly? How am I smiling wretchedly? I was smiling from ear to ear. Zhao Liangzi sat on the edge of the pool, his strong long legs splashing in the water as he teased Gu Nianji with a smile. Gu Nianji snickered, and her depressed mood quickly improved. She stood up and waved her hand in the air. All right, no matter what, let's go out for a walk first. Who knows, there might be light at the end of the tunnel. It's better than thinking about it here. Zhao Liangzi nodded. That's right. Let's go get changed. I'll just wear this. Gu Nianji looked at herself. The maxi dress covered her legs tightly, and the short-sleeved cardigan covered half of her arms. It was very good, and it was very effective against the sun. She didn't even need to apply sunscreen. In the end, Gu Nianji only applied sunscreen to her face, neck, and exposed arms and hands. She put on a pair of large sunglasses and a flirtatious, wide-brimmed mesh hat. She also applied Dior Addict lipstick to her lips. Pink. Her fair and tender face was immediately lit up by her beautiful red lips. Zhao Liangzi had changed into a tropical short-sleeved shirt and baggy shorts. He was also wearing a pair of running shoes and a pair of sunglasses. His earlier handsomeness was nowhere to be seen. He looked like a bodyguard or a driver. Gu Nianji wanted to laugh again. Brother Zhe, you don't look good with me like this. Someone will be anxious if I look good with you. Zhao Liangzi winked at her. I need to know my place. Gu Nianji blushed and pinched Zhao Liangzi's arm hard. Don't talk nonsense. It's not like that. Fine, fine, fine. I won't tease you anymore. Zhao Liangzi laughed heartily and left with Gu Nianji. He took Gu Nianji to the khaki jeep that was as sturdy as a tank from yesterday and drove to the city. They were at a man-made bay that had been developed. It was completely different from the natural bays that retained their natural beauty. They had to drive through the city to reach the scenic spot. Gu Nianji sat in the front passenger seat of the jeep and looked along the way. As she looked, the scenery on the side of the road went from neat and orderly, clean and beautiful to messy, dirty and ugly. The closer they got to the city, the more obvious it became. Gu Nianji sighed. Who knows what this country has been through in the past decade? Yeah. Zhao Liangzi nonchalantly honked the horn to avoid a black man who was crossing the road. This used to be a developed country. After that famous saint came to power and became president, he voluntarily removed nuclear weapons and forced the white people to give up their positions to the black people. He won the world's praise, but he turned a first-class developed country into the dirty, messy, and poor third-rate China. To build a country, it might take decades, or even hundreds of years, and generations of effort. But to destroy a country, it only took a few years. He didn't let the world down, but he let down his own people. Gu Nianji shook her head. It's not a good thing to be praised by the enemy. That's right. Zhao Liangzi laughed. Alex used to say that as long as we continue to be criticized by enemy countries, it means we are on the right path. If one day we are praised by enemy countries, then we have to be seriously vigilant. It must be that we are on the wrong path. Pfft. Gu Nianji laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. Okay, we have a clear direction to go. Thanks to our peers. The two chatted and laughed, and soon arrived at the city center. There were still some good buildings and attractions in the city center of Cape Town. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the wealthy hotel district they had just come from. If they had to compare, the wealthy hotel district was like the CBD of a big city in Huaxia, while the city center was like an 18th-tier small county 20 years ago. The buildings here are still very distinctive. Zhao Liangzi pointed to the 2 rows of red buildings on the side of the road to Gu Nianji. He was about to turn onto the main road to the harbor when he saw a woman in a red dress get out of a yellow taxi from the corner of his eye. Zhao Liangzi slammed on the brakes, and Gu Nianji almost fell. What's wrong? You're right. I really have a fate with her. This is the 3rd chance encounter, Zhao Liangzi said faintly as he lifted his chin forward. Gu Nianji followed Zhao Liangzi's gaze and saw that the woman in the red dress had turned around and was facing them. It's Miss Bai. Gu Nianji's eyes widened. Brother Zhe, why do you run into her everywhere you go? I want to know, too. Zhao Liangzi stepped on the accelerator and drove to the road in front of Bai Shuang. He lowered the window and Gu Nianji waved to Bai Shuang. Miss Bai. It was a familiar voice. Bai Shuang raised her head in astonishment and saw a woman wearing a wide-brimmed hat, revealing only a delicate chin and a pair of delicate lips. The woman was greeting her. Zhao Liangzi also leaned over from the window and smiled at Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang, we meet again. Since we're so fated, shall we go for a cup of coffee? Bai Shuang's eyes flickered. She's Nianji. It's just the 2 of you. Yes, I'm here on vacation with Nianji. What's wrong? You seem very disappointed. Who else do you want to see? Zhao Liangzi raised his eyebrows. We've met 3 times. 3 times is worth celebrating. Get in the car. There's a very good cafe up ahead. Today's 3rd night watch, Chapter 1193, 3 times. Today is the 3rd day of October's double monthly votes. Everyone, hurry up and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1203. Bai Shuang clenched the Chanel Le Boy tightly in her hand. She hesitated for a moment, then opened the door and got into the car. Zhao Liangzi's face darkened, and he quickly drove to a well-known cafe on a nearby street. For this city, coffee was a new hot beverage. In the past, people here were used to drinking tea. Of course, it was English afternoon tea or morning tea. Now, there were all kinds of coffees. They weren't simple instant or instant coffee, but coffee with complicated procedures starting from the coffee beans. Gu Nianji got out of the car and looked up to see a postmodern cafe with a very chic decoration. The entire store was built with transparent glass, and the structural support inside was detailed steel beams and columns. Although it was intricate, it was neat and orderly, and everything could be seen at a glance. The name of the shop was even more chic. It was called Truth Cafe. Zhao Liangzi walked into the cafe with 2 beautiful women, looking straight ahead, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. He found a seat by the window and sat down. Gu Nianji sat by the window, next to Zhao Liangzi. Bai Shuang sat opposite them. She walked to the window and saw that the cafe was originally built by the sea. Outside the window were towering reefs, and a little further away was the coastline. There was no beach, and the sea slammed directly against the reefs, splashing white mist and rolling waves. Rocks pierced the sky, raging waves beat against the shore, and rolled up 1,000 piles of snow. Gu Nianji smiled and pointed to the scenery outside the window. Our ancient poems describe it so vividly. Did the ancients come here? Zhao Liangzi glanced at her and smiled. You are indeed a top student. You can even recite poems. Pfft, you only know how to mock me. Gu Nianji curled her lips. Hurry up and introduce me to the best coffee here. Zhao Liangzi didn't look at the menu and directly said to the waiter, give her a natural cappuccino, I want a mocha, and the lady opposite me will have a latte. Natural cappuccino with sugar and double milk. Mocha with black mocha. Latte with milk, no sugar, and a little hot cocoa. Bai Shuang's expression became even more complicated. She looked at Zhao Liangzi strangely and said, you actually remember my taste. I went to a few concerts with you, and I know what you like, Zhao Liangzi said casually. He leaned back in his seat and asked Bai Shuang, when did you come to Cape Town? We haven't been here for long. Do you have any good places to go? Really? Bai Shuang lowered her eyes in a panic. Her hands were clasped together, and her arms trembled slightly. After a while, she said, I've only been here for a few days. I came with a marine animal protection organization. I'm here to do science promotion for a while. Oh, that's good. Gu Nianji saw that Bai Shuang was so nervous, so she quickly changed the topic. What kind of protected marine animals are there here? I only see seafood. She pursed her lips as she spoke. Bai Shuang burst out laughing at Gu Nianji's teasing. You only know how to eat seafood. We can't let our captain know about this. If he knew, he wouldn't say another word to you. Gu Nianji said. Is it wrong to eat seafood? That was a dish. It's a vegetable. Okay, I know you like seafood, so I'll take you to the best restaurant here today, okay? Zhao Liangzi glared at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. I must eat until I'm full. You make it sound like you're not full. You ate 3 bowls of rice yesterday. Zhao Liangzi raised his hand and called the waiter over to order 2 small cakes for Gu Nianji and Bai Shuang. At this time, the waiter also brought the coffee over. Zhao Liangzi's black mocha didn't have any fancy patterns, but it was a solemn and dark color. Bai Shuang's latte was dark yellow, like the color of salted egg yolk in a mooncake. There was a wheat ear dotted with white milk foam on it. Gu Nianji exclaimed in admiration and took her natural cappuccino. The shape of a heart was drawn with white milk foam on the pale yellow. Gu Nianji looked at the heart and thought of the heart-shaped steak Hu Xiaohing made. Her heart skipped a beat, and she caught a glimpse of a tall figure from the corner of her eye. She immediately looked over without batting an eyelid. The man wore the same uniform as the waiters here. He lowered his head at the coffee counter and made various coffees according to the customer's requests. His fingers were straight and clean, and his knuckles couldn't be seen. When he made the coffee, it was almost like he was making a work of art. As if sensing Gu Nianji's gaze, the man raised his head and smiled at her. It was a completely unfamiliar face, but Gu Nianji looked at him like he was possessed. Then she quickly lowered her head, her heart pounding. No matter how the man pretended to be, Gu Nianji could recognize that it was Hu Xiaoheng. He said he wanted to hide in the dark, but he actually hid like this. Gu Nianji's thoughts ran wild. She was happy, worried, and a little bloated, as if happiness was too full and about to overflow. She patted her chest and looked at the coffee cup in front of her with a big smile. Zhao Liangzi took a few sips of the black mocha and saw Gu Nianji giggling at the coffee cup. He couldn't help frowning. Hey, why are you smiling at a coffee cup like you're in love? Bai Shuang looked over and smiled understandingly. Little Zay, you don't understand. Nianji must be thinking of her lover, right? Gu Nianji, Xiao Liangzi, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Bai Shuang raised her eyebrows and pouted her plump lips into a seductive shape. I also want to have a lover, but I don't have one. What should I do? Gu Nianji came back to her senses and spread her hands helplessly. How could that be? Nianji, aren't you Hua Xiao's girlfriend? Bai Shuang asked in surprise. Hua Xiao doesn't have any other girlfriends besides you. Gu Nianji seemed to feel the person on the other side of the coffee table looking over. She smiled without batting an eyelid. Really? But we broke up. The corners of Zhao Liangzi's mouth twitched, but he didn't speak. Bai Shuang quickly asked with concern, Hua Xiao was so good to you. Why did you break up? Nianji, think about it again and work hard to get Hua Xiao back. No, chasing people is too tiring. I plan to be chased in the future and not chase myself anymore. Gu Nianji said with a smile. She didn't mean anything else. She was just talking about her actual situation. But in Bai Shuang's ears, it sounded like she was talking about her. She couldn't help blushing and murmuring as she lowered her head. She took a sip of her latte and didn't speak anymore. Gu Nianji saw Bai Shuang's reaction and realized that her words had probably been misunderstood by Bai Shuang. She quickly lowered her head as well. The three of them sat in the seats with the best view, but none of them looked out the window at the seascape. They only buried their heads in coffee, which was a wonder of the cafe. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head behind the coffee table. He was speechless at the three of them. They were three idiots put together and became idiots to the power of three. He called a waiter over and asked him to deliver the snacks that Zhao Liangzi had ordered. Only then did he break the strange silence on Zhao Liangzi's side. With food, Gu Nianji became lively again and said to Bai Shuang, Miss Bai, are you still planning to return to China? How long are you going to stay abroad? I actually don't know where to go on this trip. I just randomly pointed on the map and it pointed to this place. Bai Shuang was very envious of Gu Nianji's carefree attitude. She said to her enthusiastically, if you want to have fun, you should still return to China. Our country now has the best entertainment and food in the world. But if you want to see the scenery, there are more places abroad. After all, the scenery is different from China, so sightseeing is quite interesting. Gu Nianji nodded repeatedly. Actually, I chose Cape Town mainly because there is especially fresh seafood here. You still talk about food every other day. If I didn't know you, I would have thought you weren't a lawyer, but a gourmet consultant at a restaurant. Zhao Liangzi pushed the snacks in front of him to Gu Nianji. You eat it. Can it stop your mouth? Okay, I won't talk anymore. Gu Nianji made a zipper gesture to her mouth, then buried her head in the cake. Only then did Zhao Liangzi speak to Bai Shuang. You're alone. Don't stay here for too long. Go back when it's about time. Zhao Liangzi persuaded her sullenly. Nianji's trip abroad will only take a few weeks, and then I'll send her back to China. Really? Bai Shuang was a little perfunctory with Zhao Liangzi, but her eyes never left Gu Nianji. She seemed to think that Gu Nianji was easier to talk to, so she smiled and changed the topic to Gu Nianji. Nianji, you asked me to recommend a few fun places just now. I just remembered. Oh. Really? I'd like to hear more. Gu Nianji quickly put down her cake and sat upright, looking all ears. Bai Shuang was indeed a national spokesperson. She spoke in a pleasant voice and introduced the fun places in Cape Town to Gu Nianji as if she was familiar with them. The natural scenery of Cape Town is near the coastline on the outskirts of the city. You can live here and go out every morning and evening. Live here for 2 weeks, and the sea view will make you want to vomit. There are some very special museums in Cape Town. If you have enough time, go to the museum for a few days, and I guarantee you won't get bored. As Bai Shuang spoke, she enthusiastically took out her phone and opened the phone photo album. Look, these are a few photos I took in the museum in the city center a few days ago. Aren't they very interesting? Gu Nianji looked through them one by one and smiled non-committally. The museums she liked were history museums, preferably ones that were very old. Most of the museums here were less than 100 years old, so she wasn't very interested in them. However, she still looked at the photos politely and occasionally let out one or two unintelligible sighs of admiration. Just as Gu Nianji was about to politely decline all the photos, she saw another photo. In this photo, Bai Shuang stood in front of a mosaic wall and made a V sign. On the wall not far behind her, there was a cursive English poem. It was the one that Gu Nianji was very familiar with. Little girl needs daddy. Gu Nianji's eyes narrowed, and she immediately pointed to the photo and asked, "Where is this? Is this also a museum? It doesn't look like the previous photos." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1194, It's Too Tiring to Chase Someone. Today was the 4th day of the double monthly votes for October. Everyone, hurry up and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. The second update was at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 8 p.m. Moi. Chapter 1204. Bai Shuang's eyes flashed, and she tilted her head to look. Which photo? Oh, this one. This one wasn't taken in a museum. I was wondering how this kind of wall would appear in a museum. Gu Nianji suppressed the excitement in her heart and said lightly, but she still didn't give up asking, "Miss Bai, where did you take this photo? I think it's so special. I might as well go play here." Bai Shuang looked at her in surprise. "Here? This isn't a place to play." "Not a place to play. Then where is this place?" Gu Nianji looked at the photo carefully and wished she could send it to her phone. Zhao Liangzi saw that Gu Nianji was so interested, so he also came over to take a look. He thought the place looked familiar. Maybe he had been there before, but at this time, as someone who had just arrived in Cape Town, he shouldn't be so familiar with this place. So he kept his mouth shut. Bai Shuang saw that Gu Nianji was very interested, so she smiled and said, "This was taken in the financial street in the city center." Financial street? Gu Nianji was even more puzzled. "You mean, this photo was taken in a financial institution?" As she spoke, Gu Nianji looked at the photo carefully again. "This place seems to be the lobby. Ordinary fund institutions don't need such a large lobby, and there is a faint reflection on the mosaic, so you can see the situation on the opposite side. It should be facing the street." Bai Shuang was stunned. Gu Nianji could actually analyze a photo so clearly and logically. Gu Nianji's attention was completely focused on the photo, so she didn't notice the change in Bai Shuang's expression. Zhao Liangzi and Hu Xiaoheng both noticed Bai Shuang's situation. Gu Nianji looked at the photo and said thoughtfully, "Then this can only be a bank. Only a bank would have a door facing the street and such a large lobby." Bai Shuang laughed at this time and clapped for Gu Nianji. She said with a smile, "I heard little Zay say that you are very smart, so I thought you were only good at reading. Now I know that your intelligence is really all-encompassing." Gu Nianji. "There are a lot of things I don't know either." Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile. "I'm not being modest. I only know about the law and computers." He was considered to have graduated from a law major, but his knowledge of computers was completely unorthodox. He had learned it from Brother Zay and had also learned it on his own. "Apart from that, I really don't understand anything else." "It's already very impressive that you understand computers and the law." Bai Shuang patted the back of Gu Nianji's hand and took her phone away. "You're right. This photo was indeed taken in the lobby of a bank. Bai Shuang opened the GPS of the photo and looked at it. It's Société Française Générale, which is what we call the Industrial Bank branch. Industrial Bank. This is a big bank. Gu Nianji thought about it. It was a branch of the Bank of France. There's nothing strange about it. Bai Shuang turned off her phone and said with a smile, Cape Town is the country's largest financial center. Have you ever been to the financial street in the city center? The streets are filled with branches of the world's major banks, and the buildings are tall and avant-garde. It's completely different from the rest of Cape Town. Gu Nianji's interest was piqued. Really? Then I have to go and see. As she spoke, she turned to look at Zhao Liangze. Brother Zhe, I want to go to this industrial bank to withdraw money. Zhao Liangze was almost speechless. He frowned and said, just say that you want to visit the bank. Why are you talking about hobbies? Gu Nianji also thought it was funny. On the surface, she was clearly traveling. What did she mean by going to the bank? Zhao Liangze frowned and objected, what's so good about the bank? You don't have to go to the bank to withdraw money now. You can use your mobile phone to transfer money. Bai Shuang smiled and didn't try to persuade him anymore. She said, Little Zhe is right. What's the big deal? Do you really have to go to the bank? Don't go out and run around if you can solve the problem with the internet. The more she said this, the more Gu Nianji wanted to go to the bank. And she knew that the timing of Bai Shuang taking out this photo was too coincidental. But this handwritten English poem wouldn't appear there for no reason. Moreover, she and Hu Xiaoheng didn't know where to start, and Bai Shuang had blatantly presented this clue to them. If she didn't take advantage of this opportunity, she wouldn't be Gu Nianji. Even if it was a trap, she had to break into it. As the old saying went, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Similarly, she wouldn't let go of any information related to her father. Gu Nianji leaned lazily against the seat. In front of her was a natural cappuccino that had already been finished. The cake on the small plate was half-bitten, and she wasn't in the mood to continue eating. I'm from the countryside and haven't seen much of the world. This kind of big French bank is still very attractive to me. Wait for me to take a picture of it, so I can fool people when I return home. Gu Nianji said with a smile. The only thing missing was the word liar embedded in her forehead. Bai Shuang symbolically persuaded her twice before changing her mind. Since you want to go, then I'll risk my life to accompany you. Do you want to go now or tomorrow? Gu Nianji wanted to go now, but Zhao Liangze felt that it was too hasty. He also didn't know what the bank had to do with their mission this time. The two discussed it, and Zhao Liangze even tempted Gu Nianji with the most delicious seafood. Finally, she changed her mind and agreed to visit the industrial bank in France in the afternoon. Bai Shuang looked at them and smiled. Where are we going for lunch? It's my treat. No need, we still have things to do when we get back. Zhao Liangze was anxious to find Hu Xiaoheng to discuss the next step. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng didn't have time to explain the whole thing to Zhao Liangze. Gu Nianji thought of this and nodded. Then let's go to the bank after lunch. Zhao Liangze was speechless. Bai Shuang stood up and put the Chanel Le Boy on her shoulder. She smiled and said, then let's meet at the entrance of the bank in the afternoon. How about that? I'm going back now to see how our marine animal protection organization is doing. Miss Bai, you actually don't have to accompany us. If you have work to do, go ahead. Gu Nianji didn't want to waste too much of Bai Shuang's time. Bai Shuang smiled easily and put a hand on Gu Nianji's shoulder. I'm doing volunteer work. I can quit anytime. Nianji, it's more interesting to be with you guys. She didn't want to be with me, but with Brother Zhe. Gu Nianji nodded. If Miss Bai doesn't mind the trouble, you can come with us. After deciding on a time to meet in the afternoon, Bai Shuang was relieved and hurried out of the Truth Cafe. Coffee. After Bai Shuang left, she called a taxi directly in front of the cafe and said, "Take me back to the Camps Beach apartment hotel." She returned to the apartment-style hotel one step ahead of Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangze. As soon as she entered the door, she saw a white man with a silver beard and hair sitting in the middle of the living room of her room with a cane. Bai Shuang immediately smiled. "Mr. Li Dishi, you're here. This is the second watch of the day, Chapter 1195, Going to the Bank. Today is the fourth day of the double monthly votes in October. Everyone, hurry up and vote for your guaranteed monthly votes. 8:00 p.m., the third watch." Mwah. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.